Sure, everything comes up. Blasting Rumble with 8 megabits per second, as well as the YouTubes. All right, that's coming up. So us yesterday, we were about, I don't know what time it was, like 1:30.
Something like that, yeah.
Shut everything down here. Get the screensaver. I make sure I have a shortcut to the screensaver on my desktop because sometimes it doesn't kick on. So, anyway, I go and go to bed, and I had forgotten my laundry was in the washing machine. It had been sitting in there. I started it before I ate dinner, so it was like 5:30 that I started that laundry, and it finished and sat in the washing machine for 6 hours. I completely forgot about it. So yeah, I was like, damn it. So I got up and put it in the dryer and let it just let it dry overnight. And I did a freshen up. My thing has a freshen up, so it's like it's 10-15 minute cycle that just like heats it up and then cools it off. I just did that, and because I got up early today, I did that so I can fold all the laundry and put it all away nicely. All right. Now that little story's out of the way, just kind of telling something while I wait for everything to sort of boot up here, everybody. So today we are going to tackle or attempt to tackle the Creosote oven system. Yesterday I worked on the actual fluids and stuff. So, and I'll show you how I put it all together here. So, if we look at item types, liquid, you can see creosote portion here, and it's going to come in two variants, wood and coal. Because I did some research on creosote, and it does come in two different variants. Wood tar and coal tar variants. Now, any barbecuers out there who have ever bought or used like liquid smoke to flavor food, you're using wood tar creosote. That's what that is. A derivative of wood tar creosote. It's normally made from beechwood, and I'd really like to add a new tree type to the game just to sort of mix it up. But yeah, the food flavoring is wood creosote, like wood tar creosote. The coal tar creosote, this is from obviously coal, mainly bituminous coal, but yeah, this is used as the wood preservative. So, breaking away a little bit from immersive engineering, having two different variants, what I wanted to do was allow people, players, other modders, to get the wood tar creosote variant for flavoring and preserving food. It's a great food preserver. So the wood tar variant I wanted to include for those culinary minded people out there. And then the coal tar variant is what we will use for making treated wood, right? The treated wood will be, you will treat the boards, and then the treated boards will make all of the other wood things, right? Planks and slabs and stairs and all the things will be the treated boards. But yeah, like if you see the railroad tie, I think they're using like concrete ones nowadays, but the old ones, like the old style where they were like dark brown or black. Those are coal tar treated creosote railroad ties or preservatives. Anyway, so but I'm not gonna get in the weeds. Like there is a whole chemistry thing going on with creosote. Like different temperatures give you slightly different. I am not gonna do that. It's gonna be more generic than that because it's a game, and that's how games work. So yeah, as much as I know some people want the nitty gritty chemistry like going on, you know, you just can't. I mean, that could be a a different rebalance mod, right? If you want to rebalance the mod itself, all you need to do is create a bunch of JSON patches and just patch things and rebalance the whole thing. My plan is to give you a good, you know, it's a variant, and whatever you want to run with it. I doubt I would do anything with the wood tar variant other than include it as a possibility and as a recipe in the creosote oven. But doing anything with from there, I don't think I'm going to do it. Just because other players, might want to do something with it. Other modders could do something with that as a sort of a fruit preservative or a flavoring, whatever. It's not that you can actually taste the food in the game, like. But the food preservative side would be very helpful. Okay, so the generic version of this, again, it's not going to use electricity. This is a actually much earlier machine in terms of progression. This is one of the first things that you will build because it will give you the treated. It'll give you the ability to craft the treated planks. And it is what it is. Like you just you're gonna have to build this. So it's very, very basic, very, very simple, and will be a multi-block. Well, should be a multi-block. Whether it is or not will remain to be seen. But because it's basically a multi-block, the creosote oven here, again, it's going to be orientatable, so northeast, southwest. Right now it's using the log splitter. Where is my shape? Where is my shape? Do I not have my shape in? Yeah, right now it's using the VE log splitter, VE electric block. I'm gonna have to change that. Do I have a generic like fluid block? Electric block. No, the mixer has its own block type. Okay. I'll probably derive it from electric block, but it's not really an electric block. I didn't want to peek. I wanted to go to. Yeah. I need to do this because the machine recipe here, because this is going to have, recipe types and such, and I have to sort of figure out how Blue Lightning's code works on that. This recipe by machine by type, this is what binds the handbook stuff, and so I've got to figure that out. Um, but the shape itself, I wanted to go over this. I wanted to provide an example multi-block that uses some of the design tenets that I'm thinking of in terms of like how to do this without without needing large textures for large faces. And I don't know going forward how feasible it is, especially in animations. I don't know how this will work with animations, but I wanted to provide a sort of example of a shape of a multi-block that kind of in my headspace where I'm thinking or what I'm thinking of. And so this shape is larger. See, here's the square in here, right? This is the 1 block square right in here. So this shape is actually 3 by 3 on the base and 4 tall. But how I actually got the texture, right? All of the textures in this block are all standard size 32 by 32 textures. And how I did that was each face, like here's the north face here, each face is 12 different voxels, right? And each voxel is a max size of 16 by 16. With a couple little itty bitty exceptions here and there. Some of the top is a little bit off-sized, but now you can see like this one here has the input texture, and the one on the bottom, right, that's the output fluid texture. I just kind of took the brick texture from the base game and edited it, right? So you've got items and fluid, or I could make it item, I could make it fluid. I don't know. Fluid is either circle or square. I don't care which one it is, but all I do know is this needed a separate indication for either items or fluid. I need to know on that face, right? When something interacts with that face, I need to know what is actually interacting with it. Like, is it fluid or is it items that they want? So this is why this block, this machine, is the first machine, right? The same for the south face here, right? That's just a customized texture. There's no fancy detail in it. Yes, I could add more detail, but I was designing this to be fast and to be easy to debug if there are problems, and having a whole bunch of like voxels and stuff here where you can like look in the machine, and I just didn't want to do that yet. I leave that to other people who are much better at this than me. But the other thing I did is I went through all of the sides, the top and the bottom, and I hid the top is the same way. If I collapse these, right, the top is the same. It's 9 different voxels that are making that up, and then the corners are just one. Which is why the texture is kind of very blocky, pixelated, is because that's literally a single strip of pixels of the texture. But I could have made this 4 different voxels and then, done it better. But I wanted something quick and easy that I could throw in the game and test with. And, a giant box is perfect for that because I can test with it. And I know where all the inputs and outputs are. So by the time I do get to the multi-block stuff, I will know kind of where the, where some special blocks might have to go. But yeah, this is a very generic, very simple thing here, and I wanted to have a shape that sort of exemplified the design tenet. So what I did, I hid all of the faces that you don't see. So the only face, this voxel here, if we go to the face, the only one enabled is the one that you can see, the north face. And they're all north faces because I took the north and then I rotated it and then I rotated it and then I rotated it. So all of them are the north face, even though the actual wall of voxels is just rotated. But anyway, no idea what this is going to do in the game. But the finished one, before I started optimizing it, had over 700 triangles. Right? Over 700 triangles to render. And then I went through all of the faces and I hid all of the faces that you're not going to be able to see. And that brought me down to 262 triangles for this whole thing, which I think is not bad, right? It's not bad for this kind of thing. So yeah, there's little optimizations that you can do that I think will help the rendering process. But anyway, I know if anybody's watching this going, God, that's ugly. It's like, I know. I am not a 3D dude. I'm not a 3D or texture guy. Like, I just wanted something quick and simple. But again, there are certain things about this shape and certain things about the design that you need to do, especially when you're trying to interface with like pipes or chutes, right? And so that anytime you interact with like a pipe, you need that voxel to be right up to the edge, right? Because the pipe is going to try to connect to it. And if there's a big air gap in between that, it's going to look weird. So having that, you could even model it so it sticks out, right? So it's, jutted out. But that block face, you want as close to the edge of the block itself. So there are certain important factors that you want. You could even make it sort of like the pump. The individual who modeled the pump, the top of it actually looks like the end of a pipe when you actually connect a pipe to it. It's modeled really, really well. So yeah, there's ways to interact with things. I'm thinking, I don't know whether the square or the circle should be fluids. My instinct tells me the circle should be fluids, even though this one is marked as fluid. The square one is marked as fluid. So I'll have to keep with that design. But yeah, the texture itself is named for fluids. And if I look into here, you can see all those different textures, right? There's the connection fluid, connection in, connection out, front, and the three different variants of the blue squares or the blue bricks, right? There's three different variants. And I just, when I created this thing, I just mixed them up, right? I just sort of pseudo randomly selected which variants go where, and it's just sort of mixed up. It broke up the lines a little bit, which is kind of nice. And I got a cat. Yeah. How about that? Ah, and the tail in the face. Yes, sir. Tail in the face. Okay, so that's the gist of the Creosote oven. Now, I don't have any of the multi-block stuff in at all. There's nothing in here to build this brick by brick. Right. This machine is intended as the first like multi-block you build, but I don't have any of the multi-block code and stuff in yet. So it will also be used to prototype and build the multi-block system. So it's kind of important to get this machine in. But the Creosote oven itself is going to be a relatively simple machine. And I can pull up my design document here that I worked on yesterday. Okay. So the creosote oven here, um, yeah, we're getting some of this stuff done. Visually, a 3x3. It's actually a 3x3x4. Technically, it's a 3x4x3, but I'm just not in the mood to nitpick on that. But it's 4 tall. The 3 tall, it just looked too much like a giant cube when it was 3 tall. 3x3x3. So I made it 4 tall. Made it. It broke that sort of symmetry up a little bit, and it made it look like a machine rather than just a giant cube, like a giant block you would place. And I have to pet the cat. Reason. So recipe, item input, fuel input, item output is optional, and liquid output, obviously, for creosote. Creosote will be a liquid, a fluid. And then, yeah, I added a bunch of stuff from my research. Creosote is explicitly created at certain temperature ranges, pretty tight temperature ranges. And most of the burnables in the game exceed that range. So it's going to be hard. It would be hard to realistically do this. And I think we're just going to have to, at the moment, bite the bullet and just be like, it doesn't matter. But I put it in my notes in here for the recipe because I want to try to be as open about this process as possible. The recipe, the creosote oven itself will heat up because it doesn't have any power, right? There's no power. So it will heat up when you add ingredients and fuel. And it will need to hit a certain temperature to start the craft. Similar to smelting, I'm envisioning it much in the same as the smelting process, right? Creating like copper ingots. Is you heat it up and it heats up everything, heats up the thing, and then it starts crafting. So the min heat will be what it needs to hit a craft, right? It needs to hit a certain heat to start the craft. Then the craft time per item, max heat is just, it can't exceed the heat, but the oven itself, for now, doesn't have a way of regulating the temperature, right? So, for example, wood tar creosote is made from 205 to 225 degrees. So that's, down here. So if you wanted to be super explicitly realistic, then that's the temperature range you need to be in. Exceeding that would prevent it from crafting. But again, for now, there's going to be no way of regulating that temperature. So it's going to heat up, depending on what's inside of it. If there's logs inside of it, it will heat up to 225 and then stop. And then if it's coal inside of it, it'll heat up to 270 and then stop. For now. I'm not saying in the future it can't be made more complex, more manual, but for now, we're going to do it that way. And the craft time per item, what I'm envisioning, again, similar to how metal works, is a single item. Let's say you put a single log in the machine as an input, and it starts heating it up. And then the craft time, let's say, is 4 seconds. Anytime you add to that stack, it's going to reset, average down the temperature. And then however many items are in there, it's going to change how long it takes to craft. So if you add a stack of 64 logs, it's going to multiply the craft time per item by 64, and that's how long it's going to take. maybe minus 10%. You know, it's gonna be a little bit better to craft large volumes of items rather than one at a time. So like initially being a very manual process where you just toss a stack of stuff in and some fuel and you walk away and then it creates it. And then down the road, possibly making it more in depth and automatable in some way, shape, or form. But let's see. Adding items either by point shoot. So yeah, similar to if you have a bunch of ore nuggets or ore being melted, and then you add a bunch, it cools everything off. But I don't know what would happen if I heated up a log. Like what would happen if I did that? I don't know how the game handles that. Because logs have burn temperatures and stuff, and I don't know. I don't know what happens when you do that. Honestly, I know if you put them next to lava, they're going to start on fire, right? They're combustible. So, but I don't know if you have it in a machine. I just set the temperature to something really high. The game might just ignore that. But anyway, the coal tar variant is much the same as the wood, and it would require one of the variants of coal, lignite, andesite, or bituminous, and the best would be bituminous. But the other ones I think I'll support just because it can be a nightmare finding bituminous coal. It's called black coal, but it's bituminous coal. It can be hard to find. It generates in limited numbers of rock, and those rocks can be hard to find. So, when you do find it, you usually find a lot of it. But yeah, so any type of coal will be available, and then I don't know, maybe charcoal. I'm not sold on charcoal. Charcoal is infinitely renewable, and you don't even need to go find it. So. But I think the creosote oven, you would be able to make charcoal with it some way. I don't know exactly how, but like how you would make charcoal from wood. Maybe it's a special kind of wood, because not all wood makes really good wood tar variant creosote. So the best is from beechwood, right? And I would love to add a tree type with the requisite logs and such to the game. But again, I'm not an artist. So if you guys want to research how to do that, give me some textures for the logs and such. We could certainly look at adding a new custom type of tree to make this even better. But yeah, I'm thinking like I'm trying to remember the different wood types that the wiki had on there as far as like creosote creation. I know they had pine on there, they had beech. I forget what else I had, but like redwood logs, my favorite tree because it's so damn big. You could definitely make charcoal out of those. So much cat hair. The creosote fluid is done. There is no block form for the creosote. You're not going to be able to drop it in the world. Because the wood bucket, like, it's just rough. So yeah, you're not going to be able to actually make a pool of creosote. Sorry. No infinite pools for you. with 10,000 source blocks of creosote. I mean, you still could add it if you wanted to. A modder could add easily creosote fluid blocks, and the pump would treat it just like any other fluid, because you would basically make it like a fluid, just like water or whatever. It would still see it as a liquid. Anyway, that is the design side of things. And it's going to take a while to actually get through all of this. This is not going to be a single stream challenge, I can guarantee you. So yeah. So as you noticed, in the creosote oven, there's no wire nodes at all. So I need to set the shape here, though. Block LV creosote oven. Otherwise, that's going to be bad. I made a really ugly version for inventory. So shape inventory is, rather than being the giant 3x3x4 block in your inventory, when you're looking at it, it's rendering as a tiny little dummy block. That's really ugly. It's not a miniature version of the block, because that would have taken me another 2 hours to do all of that work. So it's just an ugly version of it, and yeah, it is what it is. I think I need to rotate on this though. Maybe I don't. I'll see that in a bit. Yeah, and for now, the entity class is a log splitter, because it is a log splitter. I don't have the custom blocks installed yet. So because this thing is going to hold liquids, I'm thinking the mixer is a good sort of litmus of what is going to be needed for this, as far as the block side of things, because this will have a liquid. Yeah, this will have a liquid. So, do I have watertight props on this? I do not. Do I have watertight props on my mixer? I do need these, possibly. Interesting that I don't have watertight props on. That is interesting. The recipe machine, I'm gonna have to kind of hammer my way through this. I haven't really looked at this system since Blue Lightning did that months ago. So not sure how that works just yet. Yeah, the big difference with this thing is it doesn't have any wire connections. There's going to be no power used in this. Maybe we could have a later version, an MV tier version of this that uses power rather than fuel, and that you can regulate your temperature. That's certainly an option of having a more advanced one once you know the basics. Being able to regulate the temperature and all of that in a I don't know what you would even call that. What would you call an electric creosote baking oven thing? Like, I don't even, without using the word oven. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm a little leery of jumping into the code again. Let me go project properties, package 2.9. I always bump at the beginning of a week because there was another community version released last week, last Thursday. So I'm really glad I set it out Thursday because Friday I was out of service. But yeah, a new community version hit last week. The month of September version of the mod. So I'm hoping everybody is enjoying that. Very, very playable. A lot of work, a lot of bug fixes, like just a lot of things. Which reminds me, I haven't looked to see if there's any issues posted that I might be able to fix. Let me look. Nope, no issues. Either people are not telling me about issues or the software is perfect in all of its forms. Which is kind of amusing, but okay. Now that we are good to go on that, we're probably going to need a custom block. And should I just use the block mixer? Like, is this? Let me look to see if there's any gotchas in here as far as, yeah, right there. I wonder if there's a way to program this. Without referencing the mixer. So where in here we have this get block entity. Okay. iLiquid sync. Bucket, and then we convert the mixer into my interface, right? So we convert the block entity as interface. And I might need to right? This here could be null if I genericize it. Because let me do this. I'd really like the block mixer because it's like the only function in here is the interaction with the bucket. That's like the only thing that this does. So we look at the interface side of things. So there is a way to make this more generic without it breaking. So the iLiquid sync for the bucket looks at the collectible of your active hotbar slot. We are already doing a null check on that. Contents, get contents. Okay, dummy slot, whatever. Liquid interface. So this call right here, if we say BE mix, let's say block entity, and we say BE mix that, if BE mix equals this, right? We're going to grab the block entity. If BE mix equals null, return false. I think here we can go, or BE mix is not IVE liquid interface. Right? Is not is very explicit. There is a way of looking at this without is not, but is not is a really explicit. If BE mix is not this, then return false. This is a catch to say, hey, this can be a generic block mixer. Now a generic fluid containing block for bucket interaction. So, yeah. Now if we go through, right, we cast mix as this interface. We've already checked up here whether or not it is the interface, so it should have no problem doing that. Then we interact with it. I just want to ensure there's no other references to the mixer. This is why we use interfaces, everybody. This is why. So my block entity for the Creosote oven will definitely need to institute this. Now, should I rename block mixer? If I use this now for two different things, well, give me a name. Give me somebody. BE mix. Oh, here we are. BE mix. On player right click. Is that a specific? Okay, on player right click. On player right click. That is a. If B mix it does not equal null, and BE mix is block entity container BEC dot on player block entity openable. BEC dot on player right click. Nope. BEmix is not equal null, and BEmix is block entity openable container BEOC. So this is a great little C#. It's not only saying if this is this, but it's also casting it to this. So now I can use this variable down here and just call it, right? I knew somewhere in the hierarchy that I did not invent this call, that this was a openable container, right? It's like a chest. Any of my machines, it is an openable container. So that is a generic, like very genericized version of this. And so what could I call this instead of block mixer? I have electric block. Block mixer can be moved or changed. I don't know. I don't know if Oz is even paying attention. I need to kick my brain. I need to like poke at my brain and try to. What do I name? What do I name a block that I converted the mixer, the block mixer, because the hallmark of this was bucket interaction. You can interact with a bucket to add or remove fluids. And so I'm looking at my Creosote oven, the same interaction, right? The block is a lot more generic than the block entity. So the block itself, again, just needed to interact with like a bucket. So I converted the block mixer to be more generic. So the Creosote oven will be able to actually use this block type. So if the mixer and Creosote oven are using it, it needs to be more of a generic name. Like the block mixer, it needs to be something else. The name block mixer needs to be something. Block.
Something more generic.
Like it's based on fluids. The only reason why this has to exist is because the bucket interaction, for some reason the base game, all of the fluid interactions with the base game are all done on the block side, which is really counterintuitive with how the game is built. Like I don't know why they did it that way. It's super frustrating, but
just block fluid interact?
That's a little long in the tooth.
Or just fluid interact?
It needs to include the word block though.
Okay.
Yeah. Like block
fluid IO.
Ooh, I like that. Block fluid IO. Block. Oh, I need to rename block fluid IO. When you right click of anything and rename it, it actually goes through your entire project and renames it anywhere where it exists, which is really, really nice. And so I'm going to go back to the mod, to my register blocks, right here. Right? Register block class, VE mixer, type of block fluid IO. Now, if I open my mixer, right, this class VE mixer comes from this right here. So anybody who's wondering like how the game binds this text to an object, this is how, right? This is how it does that. So register block class VE fluid IO. VE block fluid IO. I preface everything with VE. Well, almost everything. I don't know why I didn't do these two things. That was stupid. But I've been trying to preface everything with VE to try to prevent like things from colliding with other mods. Okay, so Blanc VE Fluid IO need to change. I need to change the mixer to that. And then go to the Creosote oven, and the class, right? The class is the block. So block Fluid IO is that. It's like a generic version of Fluid IO. I like it. Very good suggestion. Now, okay, I can close the mixer. V block Fluid IO. V block Fluid IO. All right. So that takes care of the block, which is nice. Hey, it even renamed the class, right? The file name of the thing. Block Fluid IO, which is a generic version. I might have missed something here. I don't think I did, because I cast everything to the actual interface. So I interact with it via the interface. I don't interact with it via some hard-coded function in the class. So that's what's nice about that. All right. We can close that. We're done with the block side of things, which is nice. And now in the blocks up here, you can see block Fluid IO is right there. Glorious. I don't know why I didn't VE-arize the crude oil and the crude oil well. Why did I not do that? I don't like that I didn't do that. Yeah, I did it to the entity class, just not the block class for some reason. And then liquid crude oil, VE block crude oil. There we go. And then I come in here and do VE, VE. There. You know, when you have a standard, it helps to actually stick to that standard. Exceptions to the standard mean it's not a standard anymore. Okay, so that changes that. Okay. All sorts of things and stuff in here. Now, really? Give me a welcome screen. The block entities, this is what the next task is, although I think we might want to design a GUI for this. I meant to design it yesterday, and it kind of got away from me. The day just kind of got away from me. So this is a good stream showing like the whole process that I go through. So the GUIs, I do mock-ups in Photoshop. You can use whatever tool you like to use. I've been using Photoshop for since 96 ish. So I have a lot of time in the thing. Pipe GUI. Okay, where is the mixer GUI? There it is. So the reason I want to bring this up is it has these standard sized fluid tank indicators. And so I want to take and customize this. We're going to have a much, much simpler like look of this, of course. But the gist of it is I can take the entire like tree and duplicate it, hide that. We're going to lock. Can I move? Yeah, see, I can't move. I want to lock the whole enchilada here. Why can I not think of this? I don't claim to be an expert at Photoshop. I just say I used it a lot. I want to move the entire, all of the things inside of here. Why is this so hard? Lock it, and then move it. Thank you. All right, we're going to move it all up into here. Because why not? Okay. Now, this is the indicator for crafting. We don't need, this is the indicator for power. We don't need that. This is an on-off. We don't need that. The, what is this one? Oh, okay. Oh, no, we actually need one of these. Because one is the item, one is the fuel. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this or the text. We need this. Okay, this is the basics here. So we have an item and we have a fluid out. If it wasn't for the fluid, this would be a super simple one. I do have somewhere in here, I've got the flames of, there they are. I took the fire pit. Somewhere I also have the flames like isolated. Early GUIs. Oh, there's so many in here. Like that's on a really early. Look how tiny the things are. CNC, metal press, kiln. No, I think it was. It wasn't. It was pipe. No. Yeah, you can see where the pipe GUI comes from. Crusher, forge. There it is. That is what I'm looking for. Let's copy that. Let's move that out. And I can hide the forge. Bring it way up to the top into my mixer GUI. Layer 16 copy. We're going to name this flames. So this is the base game flame icon that we can integrate into here. Just like I did with the forge. Okay. So what we can do, we're going to move this. How should we do this? This is never an easy thing to do. Background, no, it's not background. What is this? Progress. And then not that. What is the 0? Where's the 0%? Way the hell up there. Why? Okay, let's bring these down to here. And we're going to bind these two together so we can kind of move them off. Okay, what? And again, I don't claim to be the best at this stuff, so please don't judge me harshly. we could go side by side with the fuel and the input. We could do that. I kind of like the idea of the fuel like heating up the bottom, right? So you take the fuel like way down here and you do this and then you do this. We want this to be 3 and 5. Right? There's 5 and 5. I don't know if you can see that. I know it's probably hard to see, but and then you can kind of line these up. Again, I've been using this program for so long that I like being able to sort of predict what it's going to do. And then the heat here, this will be the burn time of the fuel, right? So this burn time isn't the crafting time. This is the burn time of the fuel, similar to how Minecraft does it. This is the craft time, right? This is the craft time. 5 and 5. 4 and 4. So if I bump, oh, I did it again. Bump this. Let me lock the background. Yeah, let me lock the background. No more moving of the background, please. Right? No more moving of the background. 5 and 5. That's 4. Okay, so we need to bump that out 1. So that's 5 away from that edge. And then we could take this and if there's an item output, we can do that. And then the fluid output like that, and then we could tuck this thing in here like this. Right? And that is a nice, if we crop this off, that is a nice tight interface. Now, the output won't necessarily be an item, right? It won't necessarily be an item. Oh, that's 6 pixels. That's unacceptable. We need to bump that up 1. And then check the bottom here. It's 1 pixel off. That's unacceptable as well. We need to rectify that. There we go. Now it's all lined up and pretty. Okay. Yeah, and imagine like this is not as ugly as that because when you draw the thing, it doesn't draw the background. It draws the tendrils here, and the background will automatically be that color because that's the color of the UIs in this game. But anyway, that's a relatively tight little thing there. And if we dial this back here, that is 1, 2, 3, 4-ish. There's 5 pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels from the edge. So we can marquee, making sure that, oh, yep, see, that's off. And then I want to, where's my background? Background, marquee. And then we're going to marquee this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bingo, bango. Let's go there. And that is a GUI right there. How about that? Right? And you'll see why I've done this on camera before. I've done this stuff before. But I know that making GUIs in the game in this game and for mods itself, making GUIs, a lot of people hate doing it. I understand. I do. But I've done it now so many damn times that I've gotten quite proficient at it. And having a tool like this makes it even faster. And I'll show you why. By taking this, shrinking it down to being a small window here, and I can hide that. Doing this on a single screen is going to be a challenge. Having multiple monitors also very, very much helps this process. But let's go back into code and go to my GUIs. So I've got a bunch of GUIs in here. We're going to add a class. This is going to be GUI Creosote oven. It's going to be a public. And one thing I don't do a lot is this process. So I need to GUI dialog block entity. Okay. And that expects certain things, right? Constructor with 0 arguments. So public GUI Creosote oven and nothing, right? That is what is expecting. GUI dialog block, or let's see, does not contain a constructor. Wait, does not contain, right? So we have this dialog title, etc., blah, 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 blah. We have all of that to copy as well. So bingo, bango, we have that. And there we go. That calls the base dialog title, inventory, block entity position, and the CAPI, which is the core API. Block position, inventory, base. Nothing in here except for this. BECNC. We're going to do BE log splitter for now. Right? We're going to do that for now. Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff here. Current power, max power, craft progress. We want that one. We want private, float, heat, current heat, current temp. How about that? That's a little bit more descriptive. And I'll have to do. It's hard to know which object to create first, right? So the block entity calls the GUI and passes itself into the GUI, but the GUI needs the block entity in order to pull all of its relevant information. So which of those do you do first? Because you don't do them both at the same time. You have to do one first. So one is going to be missing the block entity, right? Where this block entity log splitter here, obviously not the right block entity for this. So like this GUI here is going to be rough. It's going to be kind of rough. So a lot of this stuff we are not going to be able to really do at the moment. Craft progress though, we can do here. So like this BE test machine is going to be, why is that? It's up here. So this right here is going to be private BE log splitter. This is going to be block entity B entity. I'm going to try to like genericize this. And this is going to be B entity equals B entity. Yeah, I should have like thought far ahead and done that. But this BE test machine, you can tell how old a piece of code is because this BE test machine was literally the first test machine that I made way back. If you remember, if anybody who is following along with this for a long time, the very first machine was the test machine. It looked like a wrapped present. That was the test machine. I had a test generator and a test machine. And the GUI for that test machine, this is what that's referencing. That variable name is that old. So it goes back, and it's been copy and pasted so many goddamn times. There's something to be said for going back and like polishing the code a little bit, and even some of your variable names and standardizing them wouldn't be out of the question either. But sometimes code and names just kind of stick, right? This is why when you look at Satisfactory in the back end, it's factory game. Everything is reference to factory game, because I'm sure when they first started prototyping, they didn't know what they were going to call it, so they just it's a factory game prototype, right? And so they were just dabbling with how to do this, and it stuck. They never went back and changed it. So everything now is referenced to factory game, which is really funny. Even the back end, if you look at like where the save games and stuff are, they're all in factory game directory. Like it's just it's crazy how long, stuff sticks around and nobody ever goes back and changes it. Because by a certain point, it's too late. Yeah. And for me, like variable names like this don't really, I could easily change this, but I would have to go through literally every single one of my GUIs to do that. So going forward, maybe I can do a little bit better job. Now that I'm a little bit more aware of that kind of stuff. But yeah, the big meat of this process though, and what I wanted to show everybody in how easy this is the setup dialog function. So the setup dialog, private or public void setup dialog. This is the kind of the meat and potatoes of the GUI. This actually builds the dialog piece by piece. This dot setup dialog. So this is the meat and potatoes, and there's a lot of stuff in here. You can look at it, and it might look frightening, but it really isn't. I assure you, it's really, really not. And in order to copy as much of this as possible, I'm going to actually go to my Mixer GUI, because this is going to have some of the things I need. And I'm going to just go ahead and copy the whole thing. And while you're learning, again, coming back to my code, while you're learning how to do things, I don't mind people copying straight up. But if you never put the effort in to learn what's going on, and you just rely on copying code, that is a problem, right? By copying code, not learning how it works, and not going in and editing it to make it yours, to whatever meets your needs, you never learn how to do this, right? The mod that came out, I put out the first public version of my mod, this mod, and immediately somebody went in and copied large quantities of my code and then put out their own mod with my code. That I have a problem with. There is no effort to even rename anything, to learn how it works. Just flatly copied the code. And yeah, I have a huge problem with that. If you want to use any of the API, anything that is in my mod, don't copy it, reference the mod. Make your mod a dependency or make my mod a dependency of yours and just use my functions. Don't copy the code. That's just rude. Okay, so the little rant is over there. What we have to do now is we have to go through the dialogue piece by piece and edit what we need and what we don't, because the mixer UI is very different from this UI, right? It's very, very different. So we need to edit and make the UI meet this requirement. So first of all, we don't need nearly as many item stacks, and we don't need as many of the fluid tank like draw, right? That's what all these squiggly lines are, right? Draw tank 1, draw tank 2. There's probably an output. There's draw output tank. So this is the mixer thing. We're not using the mixer anymore. So we can straight up go through fluid input 1 and 2. We can just straight up delete these. We don't even need those, anything. Input grid we need. Power inset and power bounds we do not. Right? So input grid, we're going to need to edit that. Progress bar, progress text. That is this thing down here, right? This right here is the progress. Enable button, enable text. This also is not a thing because there's no enable button on this. This down here, this is the output text, right? Right here, output text. Output text inset, output text bounds. Not 100% sure what this is. Oh, I know what this is. That was that little thing that said output. Yeah. This right here can go. So the output text, this right here is basically the output text. I've named that several other things, but I've named it like help text because I just kind of throw some text down here to sort of help players in the GUI itself. Like how do you use this machine? So little blurbs. There's not a lot of room for text even in the box that I have there. Now remember, this box is going to be much smaller on the screen. It's kind of blown up a lot, but if I like zoom all the way out, you can see, no, not 0. There we go. That's the realistic size of on the screen is that size. So when you zoom in, it's like, oh, look at all that room I have. It's like, no, that box is actually a lot smaller than what it looks like. Okay, so we have a lot to fix in here. That's fine. We want to remove all the children that are not a part of this. We'll get to all these squigglies. Oh, there's just so many of the squigglies. We want tank 1 and 2 gone. We want power gone. Progress, we use good. Button gone. Output is fine. Fluid output is fine. Inset, there's the get help text. Add static text, output text. That is that. Remember that output text on the mixer kind of labeled the output. That is that one. We can get rid of that. All right. Progress text. These are function calls. We can come down here, way past here, and say, first of all, let's do draw output tank. We want that because we do have an output tank, so we want one of those, and that makes that squiggly go away. But of course, we don't have draw tank, so we need to draw tank. So we need that one. And this is more or less a using vintage story data structures. You don't use the system one. You use the vintage story version. This is a generic draw the tank, right? Which is why I specified a custom thing in here. Int slot number, that is going to be a squiggly line for now. We need that to be an error. I don't want to try to, because the slots are going to be different. So we go back here and we say, okay, update, we're going to worry about button. We don't even have that. Progress draw, right? This is the recipe progress. So we want this function. Right? This is where my icon helper class comes in. I actually have a custom, the thing that draws the horizontal bar is a very customized, that took weeks to figure out how to do that. I had to do it. It was very hard. Progress text, help text, send an inventory packet. This we like every GUI needs this one. Did I put that in the wrong? I did. I put that in the wrong thingy McDougal. Right there is where I need it. Right? The send an inventory packet. This is what's used by the base game for GUI, like when you change a slot, right? This is what's called. So because the GUI only exists on the client. So when you change a slot on the client, it has to immediately inform the server, and there's a custom block entity packet system for doing that. It builds its own, it creates its own stuff for that. So it works really well. On title bar closed. I don't even know if I need this. Yep, I do. It's weird, but I do. You'd think that they would be built in, but on power draw. Okay, so we don't have any power. We don't have any of that. On GUI opened, on GUI closed. I need these two as well. Right? On slot modified. That is in here somewhere. Where be? There it is. On slot modified. Setup. Creosote oven dialog. This is just a custom string. If there's a problem and it dumps out an error into the log, it uses this string as a sort of a code for it, I guess. All right. Composer get slot grid. So I need, yeah. This is going to have actually 3 different slot grids. So a slot grid is different. There's no way of, like, I can't declare a slot grid and have the slots be like this far apart. It literally builds the grid for a standard grid for padding and all that kind of stuff. So this is going to have to be a slot grid. This is going to have to be a slot grid, and this is going to have to be a slot grid. Input slot. So let's go back up here and try to build as best we can the actual elements of this dialogue. And I'll show you why I still use Photoshop, because it has a specific feature that I use, but I don't know. There easily could be another app out there that does this. But the ones that I've tried, like GIMP and stuff, I don't know, like I haven't used them for years and years, so I don't know the hotkeys. Like I fumble around in those apps because they don't use like Photoshop does. And I'm so used to it, it's like muscle memory. I just cannot, like, I just get so used to being able to just click on stuff and know exactly, like, oh, I'm clicking on this or I'm clicking on this. Like, I just know kind of what I'm doing. Okay, so the background on this is now the size that I want. So where is my info? Layers, channel. Where's my info? I used to have an info on here. Oh, it's on my other monitor. So I'll go to properties, right? I click on background. If I clicked on something else, you can see everything changes, right? You can see all my variables and stuff changes. You can see X and Y, transform width and height. The X and Y are your positions in the grand scheme of things. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about width and height. So if I click on background, you can see 255 by 214. If I go in here, dialog bounds 255 214. And the title bar height, again, I've covered this several times. Title bar height is just a standard 31 pixels. This is the little title bar with the X on it of every dialogue. And your actual dialogue, all of your things have to be shifted down that amount because it basically draws that over the top, right? It takes your dialogue and it draws it over the top. So you have to shift everything down that amount. So it's a standard shift. Everything that I do is shifted. You can see title bar height. You can see that's shifted. And that's why, like, I don't want to have to think about adding 31 to every single XYZ. So I just add the standard title bar height, 31 pixels. Okay. So that is the background, right? 55 214. Now I can close that. The slot grid, input grid, we want this. If you look at slot grid, you can see int column, int rows right at the end. We need this to be 1 and 1. The input is this one up here. It's just one column and one row. It's just one item. And then I need input fuel grid. The other thing I need to do, because the element bounds are literally like defining, you're basically building the GUI from this top left corner. Everything is being built from this corner up here. Everything down here. So the easiest way, and remember, I've done this 24 times now. The easiest way is just to reference everything from this corner. If you start building things inside of other things, and then it gets to be crazy. So just reference this corner. So this first slot grid here, input grid, you can see double X, double Y. This right in here. This is the actual coordinates inside the dialog bounds, right? So this dialog bounds is the master. This is like if your entire world was this, what is this offset inside of here? You click on this and you just hold control and you can see, oh, snap, right? I can see all of the offsets when I mouse over this. I can see the offset if I mouse over this, right? I can see all of those offsets. This is why I use Photoshop, because of this feature. Because I can click on this and just get, oh, it's 5 and 5. And I can come down here and go input grid is 5 with 5 plus title bar height. Again, I'm not going to reference this again. But it's 5 down, right? Plus that title bar height. Everything is offset by that. So that's why this is there. So 5 and 5 literally bumps this in and down 5 pixels inside the dialog. That is the XY. Remember, everything is drawn from the top left. Everything is drawn from that point. So that's the slot grid, and the slots themselves are a very standard 48 by 48 pixels. Just every time. That's just how big the slots are. Now this one down here, which is the fuel grid, right? So I click on this and I mouse over this, and I can see that's 5 pixels in, but then it's 113 pixels down. So I go 5, and I go 113. And again, this is 1 and 1. That's fine. That's the input fuel grid. Now I need to find how I did the blah blah blah. Where is input grid progress? Where is it? Was it the kiln? Yeah, it's the kiln. Add dynamic I know it's in here. Did I include it in something else? Progress bar. I think maybe that. Yeah, that might be it. No, that's a horizontal bar. Forge. That's what it is. I'm looking at the wrong damn thing. Forge. The kiln is the clay thingy. Boy, I was like, man, why am I not seeing this? Because I was looking at the wrong damn GUI. Flames, there it is. Go to not the mixer. Go to the creosote oven and do this. Flames. Now I need to find flames are 10 and 57. Right? Because I'm clicking on that and I'm looking at this 10 and 57. If I click on this and go here, you can see that again 10 and 57. And then 3752 I think is the size 3752. Yep. And I crop this very specifically to be the extents of the flames, and I might have to bump it a pixel here and there, but that is how those are drawn. And we'll get into the actual function that draws those in a little bit, but it's basically like, it's a base game thing, the flame system itself. Okay, so we have the input grid, we have the flames, we have the input fuel grid, then we have the progress bar. And I believe, yeah, that is set 113.5. All right, progress bar. I want to make sure we're actually clicked on the progress. Why are we not? There we go. Maybe it's, I don't know, because these are locked. Anyway, 5872. 5872. And the text, what you want to do with the text is I basically standardize it, offset it in. Oh yeah, the width I think is pretty standard. 90/109, I'm pretty sure. Fixed. Not 109. Height, it's 23. Yep, 23. The text inside of there, I wanna basically try to center it, and everything is drawn from the top corner. So centering it can be tricky. If you have text overlapping an element, it can be hard to center it. As a general rule, I offset it 2 pixels in. So that's 60 and 74. right? I'm going 2 more pixels in and 2 more pixels down. And then the text itself, the width and the height doesn't really have much of an effect because it can, if there's no text there, it's just, there's nothing, there's no impact on that. But yeah, this just offsets the text to in. And then when we build the text itself, it will be built centered in that area. So, you could instead do 60 in and then 2 pixels down just to give it a little buffer. Actually, I did that wrong. 58. No, don't Control A, you stupid keyboard. Jesus. I don't know if my fingers are just not functional, but man, I'm always hitting multiple keys. Still not used to this new keyboard. I did it with the old keyboard too, but God. Anyway, where were we? Flames here and the text, yeah. So we can keep the offset in because we're going to center it anyway. But I want to offset it down a little bit to sort of push it. And this, we could push it a little bit more down if it's not quite like that, if it's not quite centered. It's very hard to center something vertically, text, because there's centering it horizontally, but there's no centering it vertically automatic in the bounds that you're given. Unfortunately, there's no way to do that automatically. Okay, so the output grid is this one here, and that is 153 and 60. Okay, and then the fluid output is 206 and 5. And the fluid tank padding here is just a standard pad because of how it draws. It literally draws. It's so weird. The fluid, it draws the fluid and then it draws like the outside of the fluid. Like it does it a weird way. So you have to pad the fluid tank because the tank itself, the actual like colored like item that's inside is drawn and then the outside is drawn, so it's done it in a really bizarre way. So you have to pad the fluid tank itself in order for it to get done right. And that is 44 and 204, but because of the padding I add, right, I take 2 away or 4 away from each that. So that is why 44, 204, that's why that's wrong, because I'm automatically sending in a pad of 2, which is actually 4. So that's the width and the height. I have to take 2 off the top and the bottom and 2 off the right and the left, and so it kind of shrinks that down. So this defines the actual like rectangle that the fluid is going to be in, and then the drawing part of it. When we get into that, the drawing part is actually the thing that draws the nice background. Like that's the thing that does that. It's kind of, boy, that took me a while to sort of piece that together, but yeah, that's how that works. That's all those elements, and then we have this thing, which is the output text, and this is 58 and 113. Output text inset 58, 113. Okay, and then the size is 143 and 96. Why is this so? Oh, no. Output text inset. Output text. Oh, this is the inset. The inset is first. 58, 113. 143 and 96. And then the output text, we want, again, the inset, no, what am I doing? 143.96. 58.113. 58.113. 143.96. Okay. The inset, and then the text has to be inside of that. You can do, there are ways to do like automatic padding and stuff. I've just gotten into the habit of explicitly controlling all of these things, so I know exactly where that thing is going to be drawn. So the output text bounds, right? There's a difference between the inset and the text. So the inset is what I'm defining here. This is the inset. The actual text is just 2 pixels in on each side. So then I go 60, 115, and then I shrink it by 4. So 139 by 92, right? So I'm shrinking it by a total of 4 pixels, but it's essentially 2 on a side, in order for the text, when it draws inside of there, not to overrun the actual inset. Otherwise, the text would just blow past the inset, and you'd get text just drawing everywhere. And again, there is a way to sort of control this in a way that's like a little bit better, but this is how I do it. Okay, so input grid flames progress. Let's see, input grid flames input fuel grid progress bar progress text output grid. I want to make sure that's 1 and 1. Did I 153.60? Yep, 153.60. Fluid output, I know I did. Okay, progress text, output grid, fluid output, and these. Okay. These are all the children, right, of the dialogue. It's kind of a weird, I honestly don't know. There's like the dialogue bounds. It's like the internal bounds. And then you have the dialogue that is like the whole thing with all of the children, including the dialogue bounds, right? Including the background. And then when you build the window, it's just the thing, right? You just get used to it. Whatever. It is what it is. Enable button, we don't need that. Block position, that is fine. And then I build the fonts, right? So the center white, the left yellow, and the right white. So these are the different fonts. We only need center white and left yellow. We don't need right white. This was, I believe, used by the output. So center white is center justified white text. Left yellow is left justified yellow text, which is what's the standard I use for the output text box. And I can put this away, and then I can save this, and then close it, because we're done. We're done with the basically all of the offsets and putting everything where it needs to go. Now we're into actually implementing all of this. So you can see center white, Caro font, white detail text with weight, with orientation, center, right? And then I build a yellow color, and then I do white detail text with weight, with orientation, left, with color yellow, and that gives me the left yellow color. So you can have custom font colors and stuff all you want in the game. I haven't played around. There's a way to draw in a dialogue. There's a way to draw a background image right? I haven't played around with that at all, but it would be kind of fun to be able to learn how to do that. And instead of having like a generic, background image, or background texture of all of the dialogues in the game, it would be cool to try to play around with having like custom looking dialogues. But again, that's kind of a down the road sort of feature, after the mod is done, and then it's just a matter of like making things better and prettier, and iterating on those features, and fixing bugs and all that kind of stuff. That comes like way later. Okay. So now we get into the actual meat and potatoes of this process. We need to make sure we are Creosote oven dialog, GUI title mixer. Okay, now we're getting into localized strings, which is in the lang file, which is why I've told everybody, hey, maybe hold off on translating until LV tier is done. Once LV tier is done, right, basically the Creosote oven and the alloy oven are the last two. So once those are done, I'm going to lock the whatever status the localized file here is in. And anything in the file, anything added to this will come afterwards, right? They'll literally, anything that I add in the MB tier, et cetera, will be after that point. And then anybody who wants to do translations can do all the translations in the file, knowing I'm not going to add anything to the file, right? Anything in between. Because I'll go in here and, add something like in here. So if you're doing translations and you come back in, it's like there's going to be a new line somewhere in here. Whereas after LV tier is done, I won't do that. I will explicitly not do that. So people can go in if they want and translate stuff. And that way, knowing future versions, they will just need to translate the added strings. I'll just add some weird comment down here, right? There'll just be some generic comment of LV tier above, MV tier below, or whatever. Like some sort of indication of only new strings are going to be added below. That kind of thing. Okay. Now we're getting into GUI title mixer. So we go to GUI title. Yeah, GUI title, pipe extraction, GUI title. So now we got to come in here and go Vintage Engineering GUI title Creosote. Right? GUI title Creosote. Action on title bar close. This is this is what is called when there's the when somebody clicks that X, right, on title bar close, which is why we added that function. All right, then begin child elements of the dialogue. Right? We've kind of set that up here, and I don't know. Like, I don't know the nitty-gritty details of how the GUI system works. I just know I've gotten it to work. Now we need to look at the inventory, right? The inventory, we have input grid, fuel, output grid, and fluid output. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 things in the inventory of this block. So when we specify the grid, we have to pass it which slot numbers, which slot IDs correspond with that specific grid slot, right? So when we add item slot grid, this is in columns. We're going to, obviously it's 1, passing in the inventory, which is fine, but we need to specify the item input is 0. right? And the input slot is just a string that we can use to pull details of that from the composer. But we need another item slot grid, right? And this is going to be ID of 1. And instead of input grid, it's going to be input fuel grid. It's the different bounds. Remember, these are the bounds. This is telling it like where to draw this thing. Where do I draw it and how much space did you give me? That's what these do. The bounds sort of block out the GUI, and then the composer uses those bounds and their coordinates to actually build the drawable GUI. And in between here, right, the flames we want in here. I try to build my GUI in the same order that it's defined up here, right? So we have the input, the flames, the output, right? And then we do, not input, flames, input fuel, and then we have the progress bar. So that is the next thing, progress bar, that we draw. And then the text is the progress text that gives you the percentage of how much it is done. The progress draw is the thing that draws the bar of progress there. Get progress text, I am going to need to grab that function real quick. Get progress text here. And then I'm going to have to, yeah. There's so many things. I usually build the GUI as best I can, and then I build the block entity, and then I come back into the GUI and I update the GUI with all the things, right? So it's just, we're not going to be able to compile the code today. I can tell you that much. We are 2 hours in, and there's still a whole bunch of stuff to do. But we're building a GUI here, and I know a lot of people struggle with that. So, covering it more than once is, good. So the on flame draw there, we go back to the forge. We should have somewhere in here. We can collapse some of these progress text, blah blah blah, progress draw, power draw, flame draw. Right? The flame draw, very simple looking thing, but it's actually incredibly complex, and I'll show you why. Tank draw, progress draw. Let's put it here. On flame draw. Again, B test machine. This is going to be B entity. Again, the red squigglies help me. I don't want to make this not error because I need to fix this eventually. But this uses the base game draw flame, right? So how these things draw is it draws the black border, which is draw flame, right? It draws the black border. And then it goes and it says, I'm going to build a gradient. And it adds the color stops, right? It adds, from 0 to 1. Then it sets that source, and then it draws it again. So it actually draws it twice. And if you look at that draw flame, this is why I hate, the SVG drawing. Let's look at what this draw flame is actually doing. And this will give you an idea of how insane this is. Because these SVGs that draw can be simple or they can be horribly complex. So let's look up draw flame, which we see the icon util. Well, this is taking a hot minute. Yeah, this file, pretty crazy. So when it calls this function, this is what code it's running, right? So draw flame, sets all the things, draws, it. Imagine there's a virtual pen moving on a canvas. This is what this is doing, right? So line move 2, right? It's moving 2, and then line 2, and then the curve specifies a Bezier curve. The X, the 1, the 2, and the 3, it's a Bezier curve. I really don't want to get into the math around how these things work. It's mind blowing. But yeah, it's drawing the curves, closing that path, moving to a new position, and then drawing another one, right? Closing the path, moving to a new position, and then drawing another one. So this code is being run, then it's creating that gradient, and then it's drawing it again, and the code is being run again. Some of these are simple, right? Draw arrow right. Look at how simple this is. Some of them are not. Some of them are like horribly, horribly, horribly extreme in terms of some of these are crazy. There's one, yeah. Let's see what this one is. Look at this. Look at this code. What is this? Draw VS gear. So this is literally to draw the Vintage Story gear, and look at this code. It's still going, everybody. Look at this. So I don't know how many lines that was, but you can see this file is thousands of lines, like tens of thousands. It's 24,000 lines of code just to draw these icons. And literally, these are all the icons that you see on the minimap, right? When you open the minimap and there's all those little icons, this is the file that's getting run. So yes, it does it fast. Here's the tree. Look at this code. It's crazy. So my code, when I call the icon helper, my code I try with the progress bar and the heat, or not the progress, the power, right? The power thing. I tried to keep those really, really simple because it's literally drawing those every frame, right? So it's I really wanted to keep them simple. But now you understand a peek behind the scenes of the insanity behind some of those icons that you see in the game. It is not simple code. So it's a lot of lines of code. And something in me is there's got to be an easier way to do that, but I really don't think there is, because you're drawing something that can be scaled, right? You're drawing literally line art. You have to draw the lines. You have to be able to follow that path, and draw. So crazy. So we will fix this by changing this to maybe is burning, right? Is actively burning. Or whatever. Now, what I didn't put on the GUI at all is some indication of the temperature, because I think I'll put that in the help text box, right? The current temperature. It'll just be current temperature or whatever, and it'll just, it'll show it. Okay, so get help text. We haven't done that quite yet. We're just kind of going through this one at a time. So we've got the input grid, we've got the flames, we got the input fuel. So you just have to remember which icon, which in slots are your mapping, because that would be bad. Custom draw progress bar, that's the progress bar on the bottom. We've already done that. Text, get progress text, that's the percentage in there. So it'll be either a percentage or an error if there's no input or no fuel, whatever. Like we can edit the actual text. You want to keep it short and simple, right? You want to keep it short, but that's where we could put a little bit of that information. And then the slot grid here is the output grid. This we want to do 2, right? This is a slot ID 0, slot ID 1, slot ID 2 is the output grid. And then we have the fluid output. I don't really understand. There's the spacing, right? So fluid output, fork bounding parent. This is the inset. This is why when I built this, I tried to use as much example code from how the base game does it. And this is how they built it. For whatever reason, it completely breaks with everything else they've done. And this fork bounding parent is why there's that automatic padding on the bounds, is because I fork bounding parent adding the two pixels left, top all the way around, 2 pixels all the way around. And then the inset here is the depth is 2, and then the brightness is darker than the 0.85 is kind of the standard, but then add dynamic custom draw is the actual bounds that we specified, the actual rectangle that we specified. So I don't know why the base game does the fluid bounds like this a different way than everything else. I don't know why, but I did it the same because a lot of this code I just sort of adapt. I pseudo understand it, and then I adapt it however best that I can. And I don't know why I couldn't just add inset with this and then add this just like every other thing. But I played around with it, and it didn't work as best. I mean, it didn't work as well as I thought it was going to, so I just ended up... Because the bounding parent, when you fork it, it automatically creates a hierarchy. And so it's like... It's just weird how it works. Anyway, the draw output tank is the dynamic custom draw, and this we will have to specify in the function the actual slot number of the inventory it's looking at. And then the output text is here. So the get help text is a pretty standard function. Progress, get help text. And we can then customize it later on. So draw tank, progress text, flame draw, progress text, and then help text. And again, I want the squigglies in there. I want them in there. All right, draw output tank, draw tank slot number. This is what we need to specify as 3. Right? That's the slot of this tank, which is why I built it the way that I did. Because the base game, the draw tank, there's only ever 1 tank in the base game, and my mixer had 3. So I needed to figure out a way to do that. So yeah, this now assigns the slot to the tank, and when it draws it, it actually pulls from the inventory of that slot number the capacity and all of the things in the stuff, right? This item slot. It assumes it's liquid only. So anyway, a lot of this example text I have kind of copied and adapted from the base game, because the base game does it a certain way, and I needed to adapt to a more customizable way, basically. And I'm really good at that code, but inventing something from scratch, I am not. Like, I have very little practice in that. Modding stuff, I have extreme amount of experience with that. Anyway, going forward here, we have no squigglies in terms of this, though, so that's good. So from this point, we need an inventory. Let's go to inventory, add class inventory creosote oven. Okay. Public inventory base. I think it's inventory base. Let me look. Inventory base. iSlot provider. Inventory base. Why is this iSlot provider? What is different about that? Just slots. That's just slots. Okay. Inventory base. If we analyze this, used by. Of course, I open my window because it's nice and cool today, and there's a goddamn lawnmower out there right now. Because that's how my life works. Literally nothing for weeks. Okay, oh my god. Yep, I'm gonna have to go close. It's so loud. So loud. And then they just cut the engine. All right. Didn't turn my camera off when I left, so you got the stream of the empty chair. That's the famous empty chair. Yeah, I don't know what. Let's look to see what the inventory of the mixer uses, because that is more in line. So that's just inventory base. Okay, so yeah, I don't really need inventory CNC, inventory creosote oven. Okay, so you can see there's a lot of things this is expecting. Right? The inventory base gives you a lot of expectations. You know, you need a this, you need a from tree, you need a to tree. You need a lot of like things in order to comply with what is expected. And the reason why I sort of specify inventories for all my things rather than just kind of making it generic is, again, I want to ensure that I have a known quantity, because if I just create an inventory generic and try to control it with that, you know, get auto push into, get auto pull from, this is enabled with different things, and we want to ensure that we have a little bit more finite control over this. So we have here slots, get suitability. The get suitability, this is kind of when you shift click stacks. I think when you shift click stacks, it's looking to figure out like where those go. And I don't 100% know how this works. If somebody does and wants to go through and fix what I did, because I would like my machines, when you shift click a stack, I would like it to go into one of my machines if it's compatible. And I don't know like what to return for that value. Like, are very high numbers good or are very low numbers good? If you look at this, like how well a stack fits into this inventory. By default, 1 for new item stacks and 3 for an item stack merge. Chests and other stationary containers also add a +1 to the suitability if the source slot is from the player's inventory. But I don't know what that means, right? Other stationary containers also add 1. Does that mean it's favoring the inventory? Does that mean it's not favoring the inventory? I don't know exactly what this is supposed to do. There's no description of what it actually does, how well a stack fits. I don't know what that means, right? I don't know how to prioritize my machine when you have the GUI of the machine open and your inventory open and you shift click a stack in your inventory. It does not go into the machine. I have no idea how to make it do that, right? So if somebody knows how to do that, hit me up on Discord or throw a comment in or do something to let me know like how this actually works. Anyway, can contain, this is more in line with, this is, can the sync slot contain whatever's in the source slot? This is a very simple thing. If slot ID equals blah, 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 slot ID equals -1, return false. Bool fluid, again, we're not going to, direct, we're not going to put fluids into this machine. Fluids are strictly removed from this machine. So if source slot is a fluid, if fluid return false, we're not pushing fluid into this machine. Liquid slot IDs are 3. Liquid slot ID is 3. Let's use proper English because it's so rare these days to see proper English. Okay, so can contain. I actually don't need this. Well, let's do this. If fluid, return false. Source is a fluid. There's nowhere to go, right? Nowhere to go. Literally nowhere to go. Source is not a fluid, and slot ID is greater than or equal to 0, and slot ID is less than 3. 0, 1, and 2 are not fluids, but 0 and 1 are the only input slots, right? This is can contain. Can we push into this only if slot ID is greater than 0 and slot ID is less than 2? 0 and 1. I could just do slot ID equals 0 or slot ID equals 1. I could do that. And then remove that. Because and then if slot ID is greater than 0 and slot ID is less than 2, so it's 0 or 1, return true. Now we're not specifying things. I think what we could do here is limit the fuel slot to fuel. We could do that. If slot ID equals 0, return true. If slot ID equals 1, right? Now, combustible properties, props equals, how do we get combustible properties? Has been a while since I've done anything with combustible properties.
So if we do analyze used by, how do we grab prompts equals source slot dot item stack dot collectible dot combustible props. Okay. If props equals null, return false. Right? It's not a combustible prop. It's not combustible. Now, combustible is kind of a misnomer because there's a lot of things that have combustible props that are not fuel, right? Let's see if it finds it. Did I spell it wrong? Combustible. There it is. So, like a crock raw has combustible, but that's melting, right? What we're looking for is not melting point. If we look at wallpaper, you can see burn temperature. That is something that we can use. Resonator for some reason has a burn. Why can you burn a resonator? Block resonator. Like what? What reason would you have a burn temperature on your resonator? I have no idea what some of these things are. Like flowers, right? Burn temperature 600 for a flower. Tree branch 600. So we can look at combustible prompts and ensure that the burn temperature, if props dot burn temperature is greater than 0, return true. Right? All we care about at the moment is if the combustible properties burn temperature is greater than 0. Any further restriction of that would probably not work too well because so many things right, have this cassava burn temperature, right? I don't know how to differentiate what can be fuel and what can't be, because like if you look at your average like wood somewhere in here, or log, or let's do burn temp, right? If we look at this wood typed, it's the same burn temperature. What, like, fuel is the same sort of thing as, say, wax. Why can you, like, I don't understand why there's like a burn temp, like wild beehive. You can burn wild beehives. I don't know if you can even get them. You can't even pick those up. They break. Aged wallpaper. If you want to burn wallpaper, more power to you, right? I mean, you can do whatever you want. Attaching plant. So this is like moss on the side of a building that can be burned, right? Very quickly, 2-second burn time, only 150 degrees. So you can burn it. Then that's kind of how we're going to have to limit this. So if burn temperature is greater than 0, I think that burn temperature, it defaults to, it's an int, so it will never be null, right? Base types like ints, floats, they're never null. They default to 0, right? So if it's 0, that means burn temperature is not set, which means it has combustible prompts, but it's a melting thing, not a burning thing. So they use the same props for both types, for fuel and like metals, which is a little bit more efficient, but it's confusing. Because those are two vastly different uses of something. All right, the last of my coffee. Okay, so slot ID 0, whatever. You can put whatever you want in slot ID 0. Whether or not it's a recipe or not is up in the air. But slot ID 1, that's your fuel. And let's see, if fluid, return false, we're not interacting with fluids at all. If source is not a fluid, slot ID was 0, return true. Slot ID was 1, check the properties, and decide whether or not to there. Default is false, right? So if it's a fuel, return true. Otherwise, return false. And this will prevent when you click an item and you try to place an item like from your mouse. If you try to place it into the fuel slot and it's not a fuel, it will prevent you from actually placing it in that slot, which is nice. Okay. Now, this also would prevent you from placing anything, placing anything in the output slot. You wouldn't be able to place anything in there. You'd be able to pull stuff out of it, but not place it. Okay, so it has opened. This is whatever. This is all pretty standard stuff. Do I have I don't have a block entity. So this, pretty standard, new slot, whatever. This is going to be inventory Creosote oven. Gen empty slots is going to be 4 slots, right? Slot of 3 is going to be fluid output. Item slot liquid only. With this is the inventory that you have to pass it, and the capacity, which is the standard 50 liters. So slots of 3, right? I'm genning all the slots, but then specifically saying slots index 3 is a liquid. So slot index 0. Let's do this. Slot index 0 equals input. 1 equals fuel. 2 equals output. 3 equals fluid output. Right? Slot index 0. There you go. I try to do this that way I know exactly what's going on. All right, so 0, 1, 2, and 3. So exactly 4 slots. Late initialize. This is called by the actual block entity. It kind of initializes everything. The inventory ID, which inventory ID is the reason why you do a late initialize is when you instantiate the inventory, there's some of the values that are null, and then the late initialize is called by the block entity that sets the inventory ID, then includes the block position of the actual inventory. So it has to be a unique inventory, which is why late initialize is done. Get auto push into slot. Now these, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to restrict the output, the pull from slot for fluids, right? So get push into slot. We're not going to be able to push fluids into this anyway. But how can we... I'm pretty sure I pulled this from the GUI mixer. Let's see. No, that's GUI. Let's look at inventory mixer. Push into slot, pull from slot. See, I think my... let's go GUI, Creosote. No, inventory. Okay, let's do this. Get auto push into slot. What is this doing? This is iterating through all 4 slots. And it's looking at all the things. Get auto push into slot. From slot. So this is expecting a slot. It's kind of like the can contain. It's saying, hey, I want to push into your inventory automatically with this item, right? What slot is this item for? So I would need, and null is an option, means no slot is available. So this again, if from slot equals null, return null. Combustible prompts equals from slot dot item stack dot collectible dot combustible props. Okay. If prompts equals null, so here's the issue. Either slot can accept fuel. Remember, this is a creosote oven, so coal can both be processed into creosote and used as a fuel. So how do you differentiate between these two? And I don't want to restrict, because other recipes, right? The creosote oven, while my version of it, my recipes will be making creosote, that doesn't negate somebody else coming in down the road and specifying, hey, maybe having a different recipe of baking, right? Let's say instead of coal or wood being baked into creosote, maybe you put in dirt and make clay, right? So dirt would be the input. You would still need a fuel. So I don't want to restrict necessarily both slots to be fuel. The input, I want to, the can contain, if you guys remember, the can contain, the fuel slot is restricted to fuel. 100%, this is how it has to be, right? The fuel slot has to have fuel. That's the whole point. But the input slot doesn't necessarily need fuel. So from slot, the push into, we could either push it into the input or the fuel slot. So combustible props, this will grab that. If props equals, well, let's do this instead. I need to let's see. Combustible props. From slot.empty. It's, I don't know where to put it, so we can't interact with it at all. Like you're trying to push stuff, like you're trying to push nothing into me, like that's not going to work. So how do we compare? So if we're here in this line, we know from slot has something. We don't, like, we can determine whether or not it has combustible props. But again, because of the recipe system, we're not guaranteed to have a recipe, or we're not guaranteed that that combustible stuff can go in both. So now, how do we specify? We could look at the block face, but the problem with that is the block face, depending on how it's rotated, I don't know what happens if you place the block looking north to placing the block looking east. How does that affect the actual block face variable? Right? I'm pretty sure block facing is an absolute interaction with the world. Right? North is always north. But that doesn't mean north is how the block is rotated, right? You could place it looking east, and now the north face, if you place it east, is actually, rotated. So that's the problem with this. And remember, we're in the inventory. This is a really generic thing. So how can we determine this, right? If there's a block, like how we're interacting with this. I don't know enough about how the game like passes this value in and says, oh, to the unrotated face it's north, but now that we're altering the face to the east, now it's a different face. But no, I don't think it works like that. So it's not an absolute, like only the back is interactable with fluid, let's say, or items. So I'm not sure 100% how that system works. I haven't drilled down. I haven't needed to up till now. This is the first block, the first machine that could possibly have a different interaction, which is unfortunate. Okay. That was a tangent. Now let's try to reset my thought process. Now, how do we want to do this? We have two possible slots. We have fuel and item. From slot, check input first. If slots of 0 dot item stack, well, if slots of 0 dot empty, return slots of 0. So the first thing it tries to push in is the input. Bool is fuel equals props does not equal null, question mark, props dot burn temperature is greater than 0, colon, false. This line, somebody might look at that and go, what the hell? So, is fuel a Boolean, which is true, false? Props does not equal null is sort of an if statement, right? If props does not equal null, which is this question mark. It's saying, if props does not equal null, then props dot burn temperature is greater than 0, which is itself a Boolean, which, you know, is valid because we're setting it to bool. If props equals null, right? Props does not equal null is false. It jumps to this side of the colon and specifies it's false, right? So all this does is say, hey, is this fuel? Meaning, if doesn't matter if props is null or not. If props is null, it's false, obviously, because it's not fuel. If props is not null, then I want to know, is burn temperature greater than 0? If that is not true, it's still not fuel, right? So that's a really nice inline way of specifying, like deciding this. So if is fuel, if slots of 0 dot empty, right? Now, should I specify if it's fuel, right? Or if it's not, if the input slot is empty and it's not fuel, then return slots of 0. If it is fuel, fill the fuel slot first. But again, coal will be going into the input slot, and this is so complex. It would really help if the input, if there was just one slot, right? If it was just one slot that just managed the whole thing, if there was no fuel slot. But I wanted this to be like a little bit more complex, which is why all three sides of the block, I wanted to specify you could insert into that. And I know this is like, it seems like a trivial thing, but this attention to automation interaction that I've spent all of my machines on is why you can automatically interact with all of my machines with the pipes and stuff. Like this process is why that works. So if slots of 0.empty, just pass it in 0. So doesn't matter what it is. just pass it in. And then else, what we're going to do is slots of 0 dot empty. The first time you insert like one coal into the slot, it's no longer empty, which is no longer false. Now we need to check whether or not it's equals. So if slots of 0 dot item stack dot collectible dot equals right, item stack this stack, item stack other stack. So this stack is slots of 0 dot item stack, other stack slots, or no, source slot from slot dot item stack, comma, global constants dot ignored stack attributes. Right? I did those on separate lines, so it's not this long ass line that like goes off the screen. So global constants dot ignored stack attributes. We can look at that. Oops. Search. Temperature, tool mode, render variant, transition state. Right? This is ignoring everything. Amazingly, it doesn't ignore everything, right? Yeah. Anyway, it's looking at the two item stacks and it's saying what is equal here. It's strictly looking at the code collectible.equals, and I think it automatically ignores like item stacks or whatever. And then if they're equal, if slots of 0 dot get remaining slot space from slot dot item stack is greater than 0, return slots of 0, right? So a bundle of code that all it does is go, okay, we're going to check the input first for inputting. If it's empty, just return it. Means it, put anything in there. It will only put things that it is valid, but it, in the input slot, anything is valid. And then once it's not empty, if it's equal, if there's let's say there's bituminous coal in there, and the next item is more bituminous coal, then yes, put it in there, right? Until it's full. If it's full, then we go if slots of 1 dot empty and is fuel, return slots of 1, right? We want the is fuel to apply to the fuel slot, right? Now check fuel slot. And if slots of 1 dot empty and is fuel, and then, well, if is fuel, right? So if both of these are true, then return it. But if one of these is not true, it could be this one, or this one. The next if statement, I need to specify, like, if this statement doesn't pass, then I need what's important. Well, what's important is that it's fuel. Because if both of these were true, then it would return and it would never hit this if statement. If one of these is false, then it won't hit that, then it's going to check another one. I could take this out and put it into here as a block, right? But I don't need to do that. If is fuel, that means, hey, we have fuel, which means I can do this again. But this time is slot of 1. Right? So now, if it is fuel, meaning slots of 1 is not empty. There's something in it. But it's still fuel, right? The item we're trying to push in is still fuel. Then we want to check the make sure the stacks are the same and there's remaining space, and then return that slot. Now, if we get all the way through this and nothing is good, then we return null because it didn't pass either of these checks. So that takes there's probably a way to optimize this. I know there is. But my first step is always get the thing working, and then 3 or 4 more steps down the line is make it more efficient. So that is the get push into slot. Now the get pull from slot, this I don't really know. Get pull from slot. Is there a way? So let's collapse this because I don't need that. Chutes can only pull from item slot, not fluid. Transport. I need to look at fluid pipe. Can connect to. What is this looking at? This is looking at the block entity, or it's looking for the interface at any interface IVE. Okay, that's the first thing it's looking at. The next thing is block entity container. It's looking at all the item slots. If any of the slots are liquid only. Okay, so it really doesn't matter as far as the pipes go. It doesn't even care what face it's looking at. I have 2 face here. I do pass it, right? But I pay no heed to the rotation of the block I'm looking at. I do pass in the position, right? So I could get liquid auto pull for the important thing is the interaction on this side of the face, because I'm automatically calling those, right? That is why I created a custom fluid interaction interface, because there's no interaction in the base game for fluids as far as like chutes, right? There's no moving of fluids in the base game, and so they didn't have any infrastructure or accounting for that, so I invented my own. And so this function will only ever be called by chutes or item pipes. So I only need to return slots of 3 period. No, 2. Right? Only need to give slots 2. This is the item output slot. ID 2. 3 is the fluid. So this get auto pull from slot is only for shoots, base game, or item pipes. Because item pipes can connect to get block, get interface, block entity container, right? That's a base game thing. And then get block entity, and then item slot, blah blah blah. If slot is not, I don't only fluid. Oh, this checks the inventory. If the inventory is only fluid, then return false, right? So this is like a tank, right? A tank, you can't interact with items, right? An item pipe can't interact with a tank because it's only fluid, and that's why I have that. So, all I check for an item pipe is the block entity container, and then I have a bunch of exceptions here because all of these are base game block entities that are containers, but they're really not good to interact with automatically, right? Animal baskets, like there's very, very bizarre behavior. And granted, there could be some exceptions in here that somebody might want to be like, hey, how about, automatically filling, not animal basket, but there was one like, I thought there was one, no, maybe, oh yeah, trough, block entity trough. There might be a case for somebody that adds an exception in here to automatically push food into a trough, but I don't know. I don't control any of these block entities. I don't know like what my pipes would do trying to push, wood logs into a trough. I have no idea how the base game would handle that. But I do know that you could probably do it with chutes, and then you could push into a chest on top of a chute into a trough and maybe get that to work. I don't know if enough people have tested the system, like how a trough would interact with a chute, if it's even possible. So that is why there's so many weird exceptions. And then the barrel, I really tried to make it work for items. And it's only interactable automatically on the up direction for items. I really tried to do it. I'm not sure if it worked, but yeah, the barrel is just not a good block to try to interact with. I really tried to make it work, everybody, but it was not in the cards. Anyway, the get pull from slot again only gets called from the chutes or the item pipes. The fluids are going to be a completely different system altogether. And then the tree attributes just saves the inventory, right? Yeah, it just saves the inventory. If you have custom things to save, that's where you would do it. Okay. That I think makes that's the inventory done. And let's close that. Slots of 3, item slot liquid only. I could use my custom slot, item slot large liquid that I use for the tanks, but I don't really think this machine needs more than 50 liters of storage. If you're creating creosote, 50 liters, that's 5 buckets worth in the machine. I think that's plenty. I don't know in immersive engineering how much the creosote oven takes. Like how many, I'm pretty sure it's millibuckets, but you could just divide by 1,000 and get how many buckets are in there. And it's probably like 4, right? So I'm trying to be in line with that, at least in the expectations. All right, item slot. This is really wrong. Slot ID is greater than 4, 0, 1, 2, 3. Greater than 3. Or slot ID is less than 0, return null. If slot ID is greater than 3 and less than 0, document on OK. This is the inventory bracket, slot ID. So you want to make sure you're not going out of the range of the slot ID. Otherwise, really bad things start happening. Okay, and then just to do a once over, I think we're done with the inventory. I think that takes care of that. All right, inventory done. Now, we go to Creosote oven. I think, didn't this have BE entity? Let's create the block entity. BE Creosote oven. And then the mixer is fluid container. And I think I need well, let's look at the fluid container. It is the liquid interface, right? So that is assuming we have all the things. So you can see it's missing only 3 items on here, but it's kind of a misnomer because there are many, many virtual overridable functions that we need to pay attention to with this class. Because let's close that. We need to close that. GUI Forge, we don't need that. GUI Mixer, I think we're done essentially with that. GUI Creosote, we're not done. Block Entity Mixer, there it is. Fluid Container has this interface. And if you look, the virtual, right? Virtual means it's overridable. And 2 major things you want to override are these. So these are let's copy these and go. We don't need to, well, let's see. Vintage. I'm trying to clean up my bar here so I can close that, and that. BE Creosote oven. We want to do that, and we want to override and then in this, we want private inventory Creosote oven inventory. And I think I can do that. I've started putting the underscore on all my member variables on all this stuff. And I know it's not consistent through all my objects because I started doing it just a couple weeks ago. But it is, I'm trying. I'm really trying inventory just to try to specify it's a member variable. And so input liquid slot container ID. I want to, this needs to be null, right? And then this needs to be output liquid slot container ID needs to be 3, right? This is a slot ID of the output. Input is there. And then the get liquid, get auto pull from slot is that's pull from. Okay, get liquid auto push into is just null. Right? And I don't even need this at all. I just don't. But there were like 4 references to this. Yeah, these are the overridden fluid container BE, fluid container BE. So we're already taking this and overriding it. So I don't know. Yeah, I think we're fine. I'll just leave that as null because I really I want to see if we crash, right? Just passing null here, I don't think it'll cause a crash because for int slot in the for each is it's going to be null. I could do new int of 0. Right? It's an empty array. It's a avoid okay, yeah. Array.empty of int. Do I do that? Oh, I do. Okay, so output, there we go. And then this is just return null because there's no auto push into. Although I think that would be a problem. Fluid handler. Pull slot. Pull slot. Where's the can connect to? There it is. Let's see what this does. BE pipe fluid. Pull. Push. Okay. This actually works. Pull can be null. Push is not going to be, or push is null. Pull is not null, which means that's why there's an or here, right? One of these is not null, therefore return true means the pipe can connect to it. Right? And then the nub of the pipe will technically be an insert, but then when it goes the handler, when it goes to grab the pull or the push slot, it won't find it. It'll be null, so it won't even it won't actually look at it. It should just skip it and go to the next one. So yeah, returning null here shouldn't break anything. Okay, now what are we missing here? We are missing inventory class name. So let's look at fluid container. Do we have inventory class name? No, we do not. So we need to actually look then at an implementation of this, which is this. So we have the dialog title. Let's do a region. I know some people don't like regions, but I do regions just to be able to block certain things. So we do dialog title GUI title Creosote, which is what we did in here. GUI title Creosote. Let me just copy this to make sure I spelled it the same. Yep. Okay. So that gives us the dialog title. And then we have BE mixer. So we have public BE Creosote oven, which is a, inventory equals new inventory Creosote oven. And this is going to be null, right? You initialize the inventory as null, although why is this? Oh, what? Oh, it helps to do that. And then slot modified. Again, I touch multiple keys so often. Inventory.slot modified plus equals slot modified. And then we generate method slot modified, which is good to go. Initialize. This is this is like a very important function. And I'm going to go up here and go private iCore client CAPI, private iCore server SAPI. Those are set in here. And yeah, we'll get into all of this stuff here. Animation, this is generic. VE Creosote oven is an animator. There's no animation with it, right? The animutil is null, so it'll never run this, but just in case I add an animation or somebody updates the block and, does their own thing, the code, even though it doesn't do anything right now, it's there. And then inventory, I gotta do this and this. And this is where that late initialize comes in, right? Inventory class name. I need that to set somewhere. Where do I set that in here? Inventory. Inventory class name. There it is. That goes into inventory stuff. Inventory. Creosote oven. Because when you initialize, like late initialize, you use that with the position XYZ, right? You initialize the inventory with whatever block entity this is. In the find matching recipe, that will be later on when we actually do the recipe stuff. So going on, there is still errors with this because it's still expecting inventory.get on player right click. So we go, first of all, inventory.get, I think is this here. And this is going into inventory stuff. This is returning inventory. So does that clear that up? Yes. Now we're down to one thing, which is on player right click, which is an interaction. It's not an inventory thing. So on player right click, a bunch of stuff in here that we won't worry about right now. On player right click is a very simple thing, and this is what basically triggers the GUI to open. Right? So we need now a dialog. And if we go to Mixer client dialog here, where is this specified? This is probably specified in a region somewhere. My guess. Nope, it's specified right at the top, which is good to go. So, private GUI GUI Creosote. God damn it. GUI Creosote oven. Client. Client dialog. And then you can see when I do new, we need to GUI Creosote oven, right? It's expecting a BE log splitter, which is why this is squigglied. So we need to go to the GUI. Now that we have the block entity, now we can say BE Creosote oven. Right? Now that we have that, and we can go BE Creosote oven here, now we have the variable specific that we can then come in and edit in the actual thing. Oh my God. Yeah. Recipe progress, all that recipe stuff is going to be, I'll work on that. But yeah, this is the gist of how to build a new machine. Well, granted, this one doesn't have any electricity, right? There's no power on this one. So electric.current, like these, not really going to be used for the update routine because there's no power. But what will be used is the fuel burn time. And that is actually essentially what the power is, but I'm still using the fluid container BE, but I'm not the power that is given by, instead of being a base class, it's given by a block entity behavior, and this specific machine does not have that. There's no behavior, no block entity behavior for power. So the electric, right, is not, it's not a part of this thing itself. So this electric.getRotation, if I go to definition on this, I need to actually basically copy this because I do, the side is relevant. I do need a reference to that, right? So block.variant, block is it's an internal thing. Yeah, block entity dot block dot variant of side, right? And the side is derived from this. This is that code. Side is where that comes from, right? Side. So we're grabbing that variant, and I'm saying, hey, block facing dot from code side, northeast, southwest, and then basically getting the rotation. So rather than do, where is that? Get rotation here, I can just do a local get rotation. And that will, whatever animator, or again, this is not a, originally this block is not going to be animated. But if down the road somebody wants to make it prettier and add that, it won't break everything. Plus, I have a good example of this. Anyway, this will get that rotation locally because the electric interface doesn't exist in this specific version. Well, I mean, it exists because it's part of the base class, I think, but right, fluid container BE, like it, I think it exists in that, but we're not going to use it. Like the electric system is not going to be really used. If we go to definition here, there's nothing in here that will crash by not having it. Electric container BE, let's see if we have anything in here. There's the electric, that's where that's coming from. Get behavior, electric equals null. Yeah, this would be a problem. Not including the behavior for this block entity type means it break. This would throw an exception, right? So yeah, if I tried to run the code, it would throw an immediate exception because electric would be null because there's no behavior on it. I really don't. I don't need the electric on here. I just don't need it. What? See, the relay, like the LV relay that you connect wires to, that is its own block entity. It is not derived from power because it itself does not include power. The relay is going to have quite a lot more work done on it, but there's no This is tricky because this is why I can't derive from this because this derives from this. What I could do is derive it from block entity openable container with this interface. Because if we look at electric container, that is block entity openable container. And this is the problem, right? Look at the 99 plus references. Yeah, it's referenced a lot. It's kind of a vital part of the mod. I'm going to think about this for a second. I'm going to go on a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Right. Are you? I did. Oh, is Oz there? Are you there, Oz?
Nope, I'm not here.
Oh, we're we're going from summer to fall in 4 days this week. Sunday,
Yeah.
Sunday, our high was 93. Thursday, tomorrow, our high 60.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
Surprise fall.
yeah, just like it's just like here's fall. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, we were not going to be able to derive from fluid container BE. So that means this gets a little bit more gnarly in terms of how can we do this? The block doesn't really change. The block side doesn't really change because it doesn't have any of this nitty-gritty stuff in there. The interface, when I change this around, you're going to see why it's like frustrating, because it's going to be a pretty drastic change. So block entity openable container : IVE liquid interface. Now if we look at this and go, oh, look at all that stuff that we need. This is going to still need yeah, this is not an override. Yeah, this is not an overridable thing. But the interface here, we actually look at the interface, you can see get auto look push into, get auto pull from. So these are now not overridable things, right? These are expected functions that are needed to to satisfy the interface, right? This interface is like, I have certain expectations. You need to satisfy these expectations. So the allow liquid pipe transfer, allow held transfer size liters per second. So we need to go to the fluid container. This is why these exist here. And copy this. Well, yeah. And then go back to here with inventory stuff. This is actually here. Now this should be satisfied, right? Now, block entity openable container has its own overridable things. The on player right click is one of them. These are probably not overrides again. These are probably just like expected, right? The actual interface is expecting these, which is why you have to implement them because, yeah, reasons. So the initialize here, that's fine. Animutil, we're going to have to copy. Close that. Fluid container. Animutil, I think, comes from. Yeah, that comes from the block container. Go to definition. Actually open it. And then do this. Ooh, electric.animutil, of course. Go to definition. There it is. Block entity animation util. And then creosote oven. Okay, so this is nullable, right? This can be null because of this question mark. This question mark says this get behavior can return null. If it is null, return null. If it's not null, then return this. Right? So the little shortcut there, the little question mark. So now when we go down to the animation util, now we have access to that variable. But it can be null, so we have to still check for it. Okay. That was a little less painful than I thought it was going to be. The update routine here, we still have recipe stuff, right? So there's still a bunch of recipe stuff that we're going to have to do. So we do region recipe stuff and region. Now we can do private float recipe progress equals 0. Private float current temp equals 0. Now if we come down here and we say recipe progress, hey, look at that. If we go to here, instead of current power, we go current temp. Client dialog, we've already specified that as the creosote oven dialog. The update function is expecting these things. So if we go to the GUI creosote oven and we say, hey, this block entity, that recipe progress, this should be dot recipe. Why is this not? Oh, it's okay. I know why. Let's switch these around. Okay, so the best way to do this is private float recipe progress progress equals 0f. Private float current temp equals 0. No, we're. Jesus. Don't you love it when you hit a key and it's like, what just happened? Okay, public recipe progress current temp. But this little arrow symbol here is basically like, it's just an automatic get, kind of an inline delegate sort of thing. Like, I don't even know how you define it, but like, I don't want outside people manually pushing recipe progress. I only want the server to manage this. But this public, you can access it. It's a public. You can get the value. You just can't push into it. Only the server will be able to manage the temperature and the recipe progress, right? Only the server is going to simulate this. So the recipe stuff here, this is the current progress and the current temp. So now coming down, update here, current progress, current temp. These are gettables. These will only be pushed into the dialog. The dialog is not going to change these values, which is why there's an update function. And I don't know why you pass the why do you pass the dialog? I mean, let me look at like the mixer here and go, where's the on player right click? Update, recipe progress, current power, current recipe. Not, okay. Not the actual, yeah. This is bad. So when you go up to recipe stuff, again, we can close that. We can collapse that. The recipe, I have the start of the recipe in here somewhere. Recipe system, recipes, Coke oven. We're going to rename this recipe Coke oven, rename. It's not the Coke oven, Creosote oven. So that should go through everywhere that is referenced and change it and update it, which is why I like that. So the recipe system, right now it's generic. It doesn't do anything, right? It's really generic. I have some of the basic stuff copied and pasted, but it's really like, it's not implemented. But it's there. We can actually reference it. Power per craft. I'll have to look at that in a second. Let's go back and say, hey, recipe progress. Now there's going to be private recipe Creosote oven, current recipe, public recipe Creosote oven, current recipe. There it is. Right? So now we have a current recipe reference. And if we go back to the on right click, we can actually pass in current recipe. Because it's needed when you have like progress bars and stuff, you need to know kind of how things work. You need to know like what the current recipe is so you can fill in the help text. Like the GUI needs all the information. It needs the information, but it doesn't need to change any of those variables. Current temp, recipe progress, all those are coming from the server on updates, right? This is why when you open a GUI, like there's delays between updates because it's the server that's ticking in the background that's spitting updates periodically to the client. And there is an argument to be made where you could more or less limit the number of times the server is pushing to the client. Right? I don't really have a lot of that in the mod yet, and I could go through and tune and create like a kind of a standard, like how often to update clients, like a tunable number. Right? Do you update clients once a second, where you would get big jumps in progress or power? Right? So imagine you look at the UI and the power bar. Right? You link it up to the power. Right? You wire it up, then you open the GUI, and you're watching that power bar fill. That power bar filling, that is being updated from the server, right? So your client, every time it gets an update, is drawing the new values. The faster you update, the smoother that line goes. But the more weight, pressure you have from client to server to client, right? And especially if you have a lot of clients, because all of the clients are getting that information, right? All of the clients are getting that packet, not just the client with the GUI open, all of them are. So if you limit how fast you update that GUI, like how fast you update the clients with the new information, that bar will either be smooth or will jump, a certain amount however often you run it. The more often you run it, the more little itty bitty changes you see. Where if you run it maybe every half second, right? Remember the machines are ticking 10 times a second, right? A tenth of a second. That's how fast, that's the standard that my machines tick. And so, and the electrical system only ticks 4 times a second. And you're like, oh, 4 times it's still imperceptible amount of time to a person. Like 4 times a second, like that's a quarter of a second. The power moved is not very much. It's not high, it's not a lot of power. So, which is why all my machines are power per second, not power per tick. Because the electrical network ticks at a different rate as the machines. Right? I'm trying to be extremely efficient with the systems involved to not overload the server. And so if I were to update the client 10 times a second, that's a whole lot of packets coming down the stream to everybody. That's a lot of weight on the server. So right now, I'm basically doing that, right? It's doing a mark dirty true redraws it on the client. And then it just basically just dumps and redraws the whole thing. So there are definitely efficiencies that I can go in after the fact and implement to restrict how often the mark dirty event happens on the clients, or basically on the server. The server will save all of its data no matter what. It's the pushing to the clients that could be slowed down. It's a minor detriment to the interaction, right? You're not seeing a super smooth like recipe progress or a super smooth power, but you're reducing the overhead on the server by a lot by limiting that. If you limit it to say every half a second, that's still 2 updates per second. That's a lot. But like once per second, you'd be able to be like 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, and it would jump a little bit more. I'm not sure what the right balance is there, and that could be a feature that we tune, way down the line when a system like that is implemented. But we need to go to the dialogue and see about adding the update routine and what exactly the update routine needs to do. So we're going to look at this And then we're going to see the GUI of, say, the mixer, and then go to update, right? And copy this and go here. That is our first pass. Recipe creosote oven recipe. Private recipe. Okay. I don't think I pass in there, but I do recipe equals b entity dot current recipe. And I do current temp equals b entity dot current temp. So when you instantiate, when you create a new version of this GUI, you're passing in the block entity. And the reason you do that is, if you didn't do that, you'd have to pass in all the variables that you want. Passing in the block entity, this is why you have all the public variables. You just grab all the relevant things and set your variables how you want. Okay, so that sets them, and then you set up the dialog, which initializes all of the variables on the dialog when it draws it. So if we go down to the update routine, you can see current power we don't care about, because current temp, right, is a float. So we want to change this float current temp. And then we say current temp equals current temp. Remember, this is updating the dialog. The update function is going to redraw all the relevant things. We want to make sure these are all done. So recipe creosote oven, and then recipe mixer, we want to just change this to recipe equals recipe. If it's null, it's null, right? That means it's null. Recipe blanks itself out if it's done crafting. If it's not opened, if is opened is false, then return. It's obviously, we don't care. We've already initialized our variables. Like the GUI still exists. It's just not open, right? Okay, so single composer, this is the thing that draws it, is not null, meaning it's doing something. So progress text, this is going to set the new text. This is that progress bar for percentage. Power drawer, we don't need. Progress bar, we do, right? This is the progress. Fluid tank 1 and 2, we don't need. Fluid tank output, we do. Enable button text, we don't need, right? Because there's no enable button. Output text, we do need. Set new text. We also need to draw the flames. We need to update the flames. So we need to look at the forge at its update function. And we need, where is it? Flames. We need to redraw the flames. GUI creosote. And I think we want to draw, yeah, we want to just draw, whatever. Right, flame drawer, we should go up. This is the text when you do this. There it is, flame drawer right here. This is the what this is the like the code, this is the key that we're grabbing. So flame drawer, you want those to be equal. So progress text, this is progress bar itself, the flame drawer, the tank, and the output text might need to be changed because the output is variable on what we're actually doing here, right? So we're passing in the crafting progress, we're passing in the temperature, and we're passing in what recipe is active. And then we're just redrawing everything. And it's these functions that we've mapped, get progress text, right? We're setting the new text, and then the redraw is just calling what draw function you have right in here. Draw, delegate, like on flame draw. It's just calling that again and then redrawing it. So yeah, get progress text is BE mixer. We want to is sleeping. We need this to have a let's collapse setup dialog. We don't need that really anymore. So B entity is what my generic thing is. So the .electric.is sleeping. So the machine state is more or less saved in the electric block entity behavior, but we don't have that with this machine because it's not a part of it. So we need machine state. And I know there are some people that hate regions. I know that. Private machine state enum state BE state. Yeah. State public state. Okay. And then there is a special set state and we will customize this. Oh, it really doesn't like that. What did I do? Oh, I didn't copy. Paste the whole thing. Okay. We're looking at state here. Right? State equals new state. This is how the animation works. I'm grabbing that anim code out of the attributes and basically setting the animation. Otherwise, client dialog, update, current temp, current recipe, right? Basically updating it. When you set the state, right, on or off, whatever, it's updating the GUI if it's open, right? If the dialog is open. If the side is the client, well, there's a lot of sanity checks in here. But yeah, update the GUI and then mark it dirty. But the mark dirty is outside because it marks it dirty if the server calls it mark dirty true. This is again an example where I could look at a variable and increment a variable in the symtick function. And right, if it's updating a variable, then I can look at it and say, okay, well, limit the mark dirty event. Only call it every second. With mark dirty true, it's literally syncing with the client. The true is the sync. So yeah, it can be problematic, but yeah, the set state, machine state, let's do machine state here. Because I don't have access to the electric interface or the behavior, I have to sort of replicate a lot of that code in here. I don't really like doing that. But yeah, the set state sort of handles all of that. Okay. That's pretty much it for that. Now, we look at on player right click, etc., etc. That's good. Find the recipe stuff, SimTick, that's things. But this is what I was looking at. This is why I did that. Is sleeping, right? So is sleeping. We look at BE Creosote oven, and we go back to the state. Public bool is sleeping equals state equals dot sleeping, right? Is sleeping if it's sleeping. Now, this could be sleeping or paused. There's two different possible things, but sleeping is, yeah. Paused isn't really relevant here because paused, it's kind of a special case for machines, powered machines, because paused means they have something to do, but they're out of power. Or there's some other problem, right? There's something else wrong, like the input is full. Paused is I am like active. I want to craft something, but something is preventing me from crafting. That's paused. On means I am active and I'm available, but I don't have a recipe, right? On is like, hey, I'm on. No, on is actually I'm crafting something. This particular block will never be off because there's no way to click it off. There's no button to enable or disable it. And so sleeping is I basically don't have a recipe. That's basically what sleeping means, right? Machine is on and not crafting. So now that we have this is sleeping, we can go back to the GUI and say B entity dot is sleeping, right? Because I just added that is sleeping. And so I can take this and I can go there. Is crafting what, pray tell? Where is crafting? Is crafting, return is crafting. Okay, that's just a variable. That's probably under recipes. Craft progress. I don't really like that. I think is crafting could be simplified to if it's on. Right? If it's on, which means it has something to craft, is crafting state, oh, Jesus. Right? Is crafting equals state is on. And I know I could probably, do machine state dot whatever. There's a myriad of ways to do this. I'm just trying to, that is enabled. This doesn't matter at all. We don't need to do that at all. So yeah, I have this because this is true. These should be mutually exclusive. If it's crafting, it should never be sleeping. Is sleeping, these two are mutually exclusive. These should never both be true. If they are, we have an error, and I need to figure out why. And I've had to do that. I've literally had to do that because I've run into that before. You know, weird edge cases and stuff. Craft percent is craft progress times 100. Output string is sleeping. GUI is sleeping short. It just says sleeping, right? It has to be short because it's got a very tiny amount of space that it fits in. So is sleeping short instead of just saying sleeping is just like a bunch of Z's, right? Z, 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 Z. So it's just like very, very, very simple. Like it's sleeping. Otherwise, whatever the craft percent is, right? Craft percent colon N1 means give me the percent with 1 decimal point. That's what N1 is number 1 with 1 decimal point. This is the percent, which is up here. Craft progress times 100. So it's a float, right? And I want just 1 decimal point. Just round it to 1. All right, now get help text. This is going to be a little bit gnarlier. So recipe is just recipe. B entity that is sleeping. Has room in output. GUI dialog inventory. Yeah. Okay. So, and is enabled. This again, we don't need because we can't turn this off. So is enabled will never be true or never be false. And then BE mixer has room in output. Let's do B entity as room in output. Output is full. So what is the mixer has room in output? Slot ID for stack. Slot ID for stack. So let's copy this. And this would be not machine state. This would be under inventory stuff. And then this is inventory. Jesus. Why did it jump? I wanted to click this one. Tab. There we go. This one. Tab. And this one. Tab. This one. Tab. There we go. See how easy that was? Instead of jumping up and down and around and through, just do the thing. Okay. Now we need to like make sure it's not going to completely bomb out. Okay. If slot ID equals 0, okay, has room in output. Output slots ID or slot ID 2 for item, 3 for fluid, pass ID equals 0 and 4 stack equals null to check both outputs. Okay, so that is a special case that I added because you're not really 100% sure. I just want to make sure because this says the machine, there's a check where the machine will pause if the output is full, and it doesn't necessarily know like which output needs to be full for the recipe, right? Because it doesn't resolve that every tick. It just says like, hey, am I full? And if either one of those is full, then it will stop. So this is the first iteration. This is the first pass ID equals 0. This is the first thing that's checked. So if inventory of 2 and inventory of 3, right? 2 and 3 are empty. Return true. Right? And now inventory of 2, inventory of 2, inventory of 2. So this is looking at item out, collectible max stack size minus actual stack size, making see it's like it's looking at if there's something in the output slot, how much space is left in that slot. Max stack size, let's say it's 64 and there's 20 in there. This function or this call will say, hey, there's 44 left. And that is checked down here. If item out is greater than 0, which means there's space. I should have named that better. Okay, inventory of 3 is the fluid, and then we look at the watertight containable props, making sure 3.itemStack is the actual stack of fluid. Fluid out. So props fluid out equals 0. That says there's literally like, for some reason, this is kind of weird. For some reason, the water, like whatever is in the fluid slot isn't a fluid. So that's really bad. If something is in the fluid slot that's actually not a fluid, that's kind of a bad day. Otherwise, inventory of 3, capacity liters, inventory of 3 dot stack size divided by items per liter. So this is a special case and why we have to get the watertight containable prompts because of that. And that is our fluid out. That's how much out of the 50 liters that we have in there, how much is left, is how much space is in there. And so this returns returns if there's space in the output, right? That's a special case for just passing nothing in. If nothing goes passed in, no slot ID, 4 stack is 0 or null. Like, what happens? Just there needs to be room in both outputs. If either one of those is full, it will stop. It's kind of a standard thing with my machines, especially if there's multiple outputs. All right, now we look and say, okay, if slot ID is less than 2 or greater than 3, right? So 2 is the item. So if it's 0 or 1, right, it's not even an output. So why are we even looking at it? And slot ID greater than 3, 3 is the fluid. There should be nothing greater than 3. If you pass in 4 and you try to index into the inventory of 4, of index 4, it would crash because it doesn't exist. The slot does not exist. So that's an out of bounds of the array error. That's what you would get, which is why there's a sanity check on it. 4 stack equals null means, but like, we're not even checking to see if there's room in the output for a stack. Like, we need to compare an actual item. This is why I comment so much code. Like, I don't know if there's anything. And then inventory slot ID.empty return true. Obviously, we're looking at an inventory, a specific slot ID. If it's empty, obviously there's room. Otherwise, get remaining slot space greater than 0. Very simple, very easy. Slot ID, get remaining slot space. And that takes care of has room in output. And I know I'm being very verbose when I go through this. I'm aware of that. So if somebody, if I'm covering stuff that other viewers are very familiar with, I know it can be frustrating. But if you have a specific question, there's literally been no chatting at all this entire stream. 4 hours. Not a single chat message. So if you guys have questions about modding, programming, JSON, whatever, like, now is the time to ask. So it is what it is. I'm looking at, the chat on both Rumble and YouTube. So it's just like, if y'all have questions, asking on these Wednesday streams is by far the best time to ask. Okay, so the get help text, this is what the text is going to be down at the bottom. So we also want, instead of generic stuff, we also want to put in whatever the current temperature is. So the recipe output, so we're grabbing, if the recipe is not null, what is the resolved item stack of the output? Right? If the output is outputs of 0, I don't have to look to see if there's multiple outputs. How do I handle that? Anyway, I need, if the recipe is not null, then I need to be able to put in the temperature. And how do I want to do that? Output help text, resolved item, crafting this thing. I want to then output help text plus equals environment new line plus. So it's going to say like crafting, coal tar creosote. And then under that, it's going to say, and now let's look at our lang file. GUI word temp. And then there's the temp colon. Make sure I don't. Okay. Oh, I do. I do include the colon here. That is. Why did I do that? Okay, let's not include that. Then current temp. And then the degree mark, character map, degree, this one here. Let's double click, copy, degree, C. Is Celsius the same in whatever language? Is it C no matter what? Celsius? I would imagine it would have to be. Celsius is Celsius no matter what the language is because it's a proper noun. Right? So it's going to say, if there's a current recipe, it's going to say current temp. Now, what we can do is actually go out here and add the current temp, then the environment new line, right? So it's going to say temp C, whatever, 25C. Return sleeping, right? No valid recipe. So it'll always put the temperature of the thing in there, always, right? It'll either say like no valid recipe, invalid ingredients, or output is full, right? Those are the options there, which is why we have the 0 and null, right? Has room and output. If any of those are full, that's the help text that comes down. So this will always say, here's the temperature, and then some feedback, whether it's sleeping, inventory is empty, right? The input is empty. We could even do if inventory of 1.empty now we want to do plus equals there. Plus equals there. Plus equals there. The way that I built this, every step overrides, and it's a hierarchy, the way that I build it, right? So it's constantly resetting the text. So I would need to do else if, right? If B entity that is sleeping, if this is true, do this. But I don't want it to cascade and do each one of these. So then I have to do else ifs on these, unfortunately. So if it is sleeping, there's the no recipe, and then return it. Don't do anything else. If it's not sleeping, if it's on, and the input is empty, then say, hey, there's no ingredients, and then move on. If there's ingredients but there's no fuel, we need to do third priority is fuel. So now, do I have fuel in here? I don't even have anywhere in here. I don't even have anywhere. Okay, so I need to copy, and this is why, again, I covered this. No fuel. GUI machine, no fuel. No fuel in fuel slot. Very simple. Do not put a lot of text in this. I really hope it's enough space for localization. I really don't know what like a German usually has huge words. German, Dutch. There's some Scandinavian words that are crazy. So I'm hoping it's not too crazy, but so output text equals or plus equals GUI machine no fuel, right? So if it's sleeping, do this. Otherwise, check the input, check the fuel, and then finally check the output. Those are all the different variables, like all the different states, and just do all of that. Otherwise, if it's progressing, then it's going to have the current temp on there. Now we could require the temp, right? Because there is, if we look at our document again, this is going to be bright, everybody. Prepare your eyes. There's going to be a min heat attribute. There's going to be a minimum level of heat it's going to have to hit until it starts to craft. So we could, because this is, even though this line of text is like super long, we can, it's actually a tiny amount of text, right? It's going to have temp, and it's going to have some temperature in degree. Right here. So it's going to have temp, colon, blah. So what we can do is we can add like a slash. We can add current recipe dot, and then the recipe, we need to go and edit the creosote oven, not power per craft, will be public. Let's do public int min temp get. We're not going to set it, right? We're not going to set the min temp, but we are going to get it. And I can go through here later. Yeah, there's a lot of work that I need to really focus, because it's very easy to crash the system. Plus, I need to figure out how the handbook stuff, how the recipe and all that stuff works, and that's going to take me some offline time to do that. But at the very least, this min temp, right, that I can grab, I can then say recipe dot min temp, and then have this. Oops. No. Stop. Degree C. And the brackets, the $ quotes sort of interpolates. It's an inline way of adding like parameters and stuff, and you just put in the curly braces, and that assumes it's going to be code. Like it assumes it's going to be a function call or a variable name, and it'll just insert that automatically into that location, especially if it's a base type, right? So the min temp is saying, hey, what is the minimum temperature? So it'll say temp, like temp colon 25C slash 205C, right? There's other ways to do this. I could do like, because if I do a max temp, then that would be even more gnarly. Maybe I should do, I don't know. I need it to build up to a certain temperature, and I need to indicate that. I'm thinking of putting this on a different line. And just have like, I don't know. What does everybody think? Like min temp. It's going to go over that. It's going to go over the minimum temperature. Because the burn temperature of a fuel, that's what it's going to go towards, is the burn temperature of the fuel. But it needs to hit like a certain minimum. The slash just sort of like, this is the temp, this is the min temp. So it could be temp, 520 slash 205. 520 out of 205. I could put another text in here. I'm trying not to make this too long, because if you localize it, it could be gnarly if you have too much text. Because remember, the box is not that big. So I don't want to go too crazy with the actual text that's in here and how much space it takes up. So, I could do like min needed. Is that, I don't even know if that's localizable. Minimum needed. Minimum needed is too big. It's too long. Too many characters. Needed, maybe, do I have needed? Needed. I do. Needed. Right? So now it'll be temp colon XYZ degree C / needed 205C. Right? Basically, I can put how it looks in here. Temp colon 25. And again, I'd have to copy this because degree C / needed 205 degree C. Right? That is what would be printed out down, that would be the first thing that's printed out. Needed, I think what we're going to do is block this off here. Take this. If recipe does not equal null, remember, recipe could be null. When we update, right? When we update, we could set recipe to null. So if we try to access recipe in that line and it's null, very bad things happen. So then we'd say this output help text plus equals, right? We're just appending there, and there's a way to do it in here. There is, but it would get really nasty. Why is this all discombobulated? Oh, right. That. Needed, so the slash, the space / space needed is only added if recipe is not null. Okay. So the first thing it's going to do is print the temp. The recipe is not null. Remember, I'm not doing a new line here, so it'll just append the string. It'll just append it on there with / needed blah if the recipe is not null. Otherwise, it'll just add the new line and then go into all of these. So if there's no recipe, it would literally be like temp, 0 degrees, no valid recipe underneath, right? Okay. If bEntity.isSleeping or recipe equals null. Just in case. If recipe equals null, then there's definitely not a valid recipe. Okay. That's the get help text in a nutshell. We got the has room and output. This is why, again, we have it. We just blanketly saying if there's no information, and then this redraws everything. What we're almost done here with this function. Where's the error? On flame? Oh, is heating. Okay. So is heating, we need that variable in the oven. Current temp, private bool is heating equals false. Public bool is heating. There it is. Right? So if we close that, we look at the Creosote oven, we have no errors in the GUI. I need to grab, where's my, there it is, setup dialog. Slot grid. Ooh, input fuel slot. That would have been bad, having both of those the same. Glad I looked at that. And then come down here. Single composer dot get slot grid on GUI closed. Copy. You want to call this stuff because it cleans up the memory behind the scene. I'm just doing a quiet, quick check here. There's a lot of code in there. In container texture. Composite texture based. Do I set an in container attributes dot in container texture? I set this texture in container texture. I don't set this specific though. Composite texture. There it is. W props. That's, man. Woo. Crazy. This is an assignment and a check to null all in one line. And it's like, wow, my brain. So composite texture equals, if water props is not equal null, props.texture, otherwise null, and then equals null. So it's like, it's an assignment and a Boolean check all in the same line in an if statement. So this composite texture is taking the props of the texture of the watertight. So this texture, okay, so that's what my brain hurt a little bit looking at that line, going, all right, let's deconstruct this one little bit at a time. Because if the water props is null, it'll set the texture to null, right? And then it checks the texture for null. And if that is all true, then it looks at in container texture, right? If it's null, then it's assuming this attribute is set. Let's see if there's, let's see what actually, so fish has in container texture, grain. So like, yeah, there's no water props, obviously, but there is the in container texture. So it's stuff that you can put in, I think. Like, I don't know how a barrel decides, like, the grain you put in a barrel, like how to show that. You'd have to look at the barrel code. I'm sure it looks at it and says, oh, if the item in the item slot has in container texture, then show that in the barrel. Otherwise, use the liquid, right? That's how I'm assuming it's done. And I have been all up and down the barrel, like the block and the block entity. Like I have really looked at the barrel because it's one of the only things in the game, the vanilla game, that has fluid, right? The distillation system is a really weirdly thing. It's like it doesn't actually display really anything that's in, right? So it can be hard to decide or to look at how that works. Okay, so the GUI, for the most part, I think right now, I think the GUI is relatively stable. I don't see any problems with that. So we're going to close the GUI. Block entity we'll look at in a second because it's not done, 100% not done. This is irrelevant. I think this is largely irrelevant because we don't have anything here. We don't have any behaviors to deal with because we're not really working with the electric system, so we don't have to deal with that. Recipe, we have a lot of work on that. The mixer GUI, I don't think we need this anymore. I think we're done. Yeah, I think we're done with that. The forge, pretty sure we're done with this one as well. So we have a couple more errors here. The onSim tick. This is the primary obvious ticker. And then we need a bouncer. Private float update bouncer equals 0. Okay. Then we do public void onSim tick float dt. That gets rid of that. This float here is why there's a float parameter there, right? That's the telltale, like, what parameters go into there? Well, it's obviously a float because there's a float right there. So this is the sim tick. And the first thing we do, if state equals dot sleeping update bouncer plus equals dt. If update bouncer is greater than 2, update bouncer equals 0. Else return. So what this does is, first, it grabs the update bouncer. Is it sleeping? Right? If it's sleeping, I want it to tick slower. And by ticking slower, I'm not re-registering the tick handlers. You know, I'm not unregistering a tick handler and then re-registering another one at a different time rate, right? That I think would cause more overhead for an active factory to be constantly doing that. And so what I do rather than that is I just add a bouncer and say, hey, is it sleeping? If it is sleeping, come in here, add whatever delta time, whatever fraction of a second this tick is to the bouncer. If that bouncer is greater than 2, which means greater than 2 seconds, then the update bouncer is 0, right? And else means if it resets this, it's going to run the actual tick. It's going to actually run everything. And you know, otherwise, if it's not greater than 2, it's going to return, which means from 0 to 2. Just under 2. 1.999999, whatever. Right? In between those 2 seconds, it's just going to bounce out the return. It's just going to bounce. So the very first block of code bounces the update immediately. Right? Don't even do it. If it's sleeping, blah, 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 just bounce it. And then every 2 seconds, actually run it. And what this also does is it says, if I manually set the state, right? If I manually set the state to like on, which means I like added an ingredient into the input slot or something, then it overrides the sleeping and it runs it anyway, right? So a machine that wants to craft but maybe doesn't have any power, or maybe the output full, will still tick at whatever its tick rate is, 10 times a second. It's only when it's sleeping, which is very specific. It's only when it's sleeping. So on SimTick, this will handle like all of the things, right? This will handle the actual crafting and heating of the thing itself. So yeah, what is our timer? Oh, we're close to being done here. So this is the primary like routine of the function or of the machine. Like this is the thing that operates it. And the fine matching recipe, we're going to put that into recipe, machine state recipe stuff. Okay, so public void find matching recipe. And that should get rid of that, right? Find matching recipe, this is kind of the thing that validates and sort of updates everything, updates the machine. You know, this is a thing that manages the state that we're in. You know, it is the thing that basically controls the machine. It's not the SimTick. The SimTick is just like whatever our current state is, progress it one step, right? Whatever the delta time is, progress it one step. The find matching recipe is really, if you look at any of my machines, it's the thing that looks at all the inputs, checks the outputs, validates the recipe as an actual valid recipe, sets all the variables, sets the state of the block. Like it's the thing that actually sort of is the brains, is the logic behind how the machine actually functions. The SimTick, yes, has a lot of specific code in it. If you look at any of my other machines, like the SimTick, on It's in here somewhere. Why is onsim tick? Maybe it's. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. Jesus, my brain just. I can tell I'm getting tired. Right. So. Yeah, that's the other thing I need to do. API.sign. Creosote oven onsim tick. If this.api.side does not equal enums.server, return. This only is going to tick on the server, right? This prevents the client from even thinking about ticking. Only tick on the server, right? We get all of our data from the server. There's no reason to tick on the client. The client is busy with rendering all the stuff, right? There's plenty to do on rendering. It does not need to simulate the machine because there's no point. It's just it makes no difference. So you can see this is another way to write it. It's the same. If update bouncer is less than 2, return. Update bouncer equals 0 and run it. So this is a little different way of doing it, but it's the result is the same. All right. So this, like current recipe prog, like all of this here, we're gonna need to customize this. So I think the best way is we're just going to copy it and then go down here and paste it. And of course, there's a lot of shenanigans in here. Only process it if state is on, right? Remember, the find matching recipe controls this. The ticker does not control the state. It only reacts to the state. Is crafting recipe progress, right? So is crafting and recipe progress. Again, these are variables. Is crafting is controlled by find matching recipe. If a recipe is valid, it will set is crafting to true, right? So that is the thing. Electric.current blah blah blah. This again, we're not dealing with power, so we don't need power at all. Current recipe. Recipe dot requires temp dot min temp is greater than 0. Now we need to check. I need to track the actual temperature of this machine. So current temp is what our temperature is. So if we come down here, current temp is less than current recipe dot min temp. Current temp. There we go. If current temp is less than min temp, return. Because we don't we don't want to do anything. Power per tick we don't care about. Current power we don't care about. Now this is really getting into the weeds in terms of like specific recipe implementation and how you implement a recipe and then how you reference that recipe down the road, right? all of the varying things that happen. So recipe power applied. Now, most of my machines, pretty much every other machine, the progress of a recipe depends on the amount of power that recipe takes, and then the amount of power the machine can apply. This specific machine doesn't use power in that sense. There's no electric power with it. This creosote oven can exist before you ever get to power. So it's fuel-based, which means I have a certain set of variables with this. So we have current temp is heating, right? Now, there is some things that we are going to need. We need remaining burn time. Right? That's the fuel. Right? That's the fuel inside the thing. Which we're going to need to update the GUI with. There's certain things about the flames, right? Remember those flames? So we need to actually address the flames with the fuel burn time, not so public float remaining fuel, remaining burn time, right? So remaining fuel is basically the number of seconds of that fuel. And again, that's controlled by, well, that could be controlled by the tick or the fine matching recipe. Because the fuel is in, like, the fuel engages. So if current recipe dot min recipe is min temp is greater than 0. If current temp dot current recipe dot min, if it's less than min temp, return. I need an else on this, right? Because we need to progress. If current temp is greater than or equal to min temp, we actually need to progress the craft. So the recipe progress needs to be incremented. Right? So recipe progress in this instance is what? Recipe power applied. This doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I need, yeah, min temp is going to be required because it's what controls, like, when the craft. You can set min temp to 0. Well, I wouldn't set it to 0. I would set it to 1. But if min temp is equal to 0, then what's the point of the machine? You just set the thing on a table and have it, it would just craft. If the min temp is 0. Current temp is less than min temp, then return, because we're not crafting. We actually need to, yeah. That the burnable stuff will come later. And rather than look at the mixer, I'm gonna open the forge, and we're gonna poke around there for a little bit. Current temp is less than this, and then now we need to progress the recipe. Current recipe progress. Okay. Plus equals dt. I need to rethink how recipe progress works. Okay, so the recipe itself defines, if you get back to my design document, craft time per item. So let's go back to the recipe. Power per craft unused. I have to keep it because of the interface here. So power per craft, if I look at other recipes, blasting oven, coke oven, I'm going to change this from coke oven to creosote oven. Right? There's nothing in there right now. But if we look at like the mixer, you can see power per craft. So in this case, power per craft, we could use, rather than power, we could use it in terms of craft time per item. Okay. For this specific machine, this value equals craft time per item. Right? We're overriding the original like value, right? And we're saying for this specific machine, this value equals craft time per item. So power per craft. Because it's a base, it's a base thing that's loaded with all of my recipes, I don't want to really reinvent the wheel. So the craft time per item, right, is this value, and this is in seconds. This value equals craft time per item in seconds. BR. Total crafting time then is this value times stack size of input, right? And then I could adjust this and shave off maybe 10%, right? As a subtle incentive to, like, instead of doing one at a time, do like 20, and you get, it's 20 times that minus 10% or 5%, whatever. So the min temp, we can set that when we do the recipe loading, right? So a lot of this, like, get name code, this is like a base game thing. The resolve is also going to be gnarly. The from and 2 bytes is going to be gnarly. It's icky. The recipe system, that's why I have so many examples already of what to do, because, it is what it is. Ingredients, outputs. Yeah. Let me look at the recipe mixer and see if there's any weirdly specific things regarding Yeah, the fact that this barrel recipe ingredient. I use barrel in the mixer because of the fluids. There's already fluid stuff. I really wish instead of barrel it was fluid, right? Fluid recipe ingredient, fluid output stack. Like you would think, but barrel is the thing that interacts with fluids in the game. They don't abstract things very well when it comes to like specific implementations of stuff, which is fine. Should be in liquid slot. Pretty easy there. Try craft. Tries to craft the recipe based on push it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sort of comb this and basically, yeah, pair input. There's a lot of weird. This is why a lot of the recipe stuff is why when I see some modders like implementing tens of thousands of new variants of things, this is why it concerns me because of how the game deals with recipes. If you have an enormous number of items or blocks, then these functions, pair input, resolve item stack, trying to craft, like you're literally iterating through all the items in the game, right? All the items or all the blocks, like you're literally iterating through them. So, like you're, it's very expensive to constantly iterate through this. And so that's what concerns me and why when people just blanketly add variants of stuff, it's like that can, you know, enough of those mods, like enough of them would drastically impact combined. You could go from, you know, 15,000 blocks to 60,000 blocks really fast with just a few mods. So always be mindful of mods that add enormous numbers of variants of things because it weighs down literally every recipe in the game. Modded recipes and vanilla every recipe gets weighted down. So just be very concerned with that. But yeah, so there's a lot of there's so much to do with the recipes. And I'm gonna have to refresh my mind on the barrel stuff because I don't think the input needs to be barrel recipes. I think those can be generic crafting recipe ingredient, but the output I think is going to have to be an output barrel recipe output when I do resolve that. So I'm gonna have to be very picky and. A lot of it is just spending time staring at this. Okay, so if we look again at the recipe here, the power per craft is very special. Total crafting time is then this value. Okay, so this value equals craft time per item, which I can even set public long craft time per item, and then set this to power per craft, right? So craft time per item, I can still, you know, basically point to this. It's kind of a shortcut way to do that. A little cheesy, but it's a little bit more understandable because this is automatically loaded, right? The recipe system automatically loads this and populates this value. So other than being restricted to a long, which is, you know, it's going to be a very small number, but having it be a long is kind of wasteful because it's using more a bigger block of memory for a very, very tiny number. But yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Basically 8 bytes instead of 4. Okay. So now, go back to the block entity. Recipe progress, right? This recipe progress is, we're going to rename this to recipe time. Okay? So recipe time is how much we've applied to the recipe. Recipe progress, right, is not the recipe time. This needs to then be customized right to a get function that actually is like calculates the actual progress. Because if we look at, say, not the mixer, Forge is maybe not the best, but let's see if recipe progress, current temp, recipe progress, you can see it's a little bit more complicated than returning a variable because there's temperature and stuff involved in the Forge. So when it comes to the Creosote oven, recipe progress is going to depend on how many things are in input. So if inventory of 0.empty, return 0. Right? If input is empty, obviously we know there's no progress. Right. And now we have inventory. Now we need if current recipe equals null, return 0. And I could, if inventory of 0 equals empty, or current recipe equals null. And then I don't need to do this. Come on, keyboard. Do what I'm telling you to do. There we go. Right. So if the inventory is empty or current recipe equals null. Now, if this is true, then this is going to be true. Because when you change a slot in the inventory, it's going to call that find matching recipe, which may or may not override the current recipe. So be aware that, you know, if you're doing that. But I want to make sure, because sometimes something can be in the input, right? Because I don't really restrict input, right? I'm not restricting input. So you can put anything in there. You know, you could put your helmet in there. There's no recipe for it. So the recipe can be null, right? So inventory.empty might not be true, but the recipe might be null anyway. So, yeah. So if we're in here, then we should have either something, yeah, there should be something in the input, and current recipe should not be null, right? Because if either of those are true, we're not going to be in here. So now we can say int, well, let's do float how do I want to do this? I'm going to do this in a way that I can step through it and not skip a bunch of stuff. Output equals inventory of 0 dot item stack dot stack size times current recipe dot power per craft times 0.9. Okay. Remember, power per craft, this is actually craft time per item, right? So this is a little bit more easy to read. So the craft time per item times the stack size, right? How much is in there? And then times that by 90%. So we're shaving off 10% per stack size, right? So it's the calculation. So we're setting that out to output. So that is, if craft time per item, let's say craft time per item is 2, and there's 20 things in there, 20 times 2 is 40. Then we're taking 10% off of that, which is 4, right? So it's 36. Output will equal 36. Should equal 36. Which is the number of seconds, right? Craft progress, it's the number of seconds of the craft. Now we need to return recipe time divided by output. And rather than output, do this total craft time. Total craft time. Right? So the recipe, how much time we have in the recipe thus far, divided by the total craft time. That is the progress. So if our time is, say, 15, we're dividing it by, let's say, 36. So 15 divided by 36. That is your percentage of finished that you are. When you're done, it'll be 36 divided by 36, which is 1, which is 100% done, right? Yeah, recipe time divided by total crafting time. Bingo, bango, we have recipe progress. And so here's the trick. When you're doing the find matching recipe, right? Or the on slot modified, if your input slot changes, it resets the recipe time. So if let's say you're in the middle, like you have a big stack, right? You have 64 coal in there. And you're well on your way to crafting. And you or maybe it's 63 coal. And you change the number of items in the input, it's going to reset the craft time. Now there's a myriad of ways to handle that and to update that and to possibly smooth that curve out or to shave off. Maybe you look at, like I used to have 5 things in there, now I have 6, therefore, reduce my crafting time by a certain small number, right? And that could be a little bit more of a smoother transition. But that is literally like onslaught modified and find matching recipes. Those are the masters of the domain, basically. Like those are the things that control the machine. All right. So yeah, the find matching recipe, it's going to take a lot of code to do that. And I need to be able to concentrate on it and not have to navigate my way through there. Okay, so recipe progress now is going to be more reflective of how much progress to do, because recipe time, right? All this does is add time to the recipe, which is going to control that progress bar, right? It's 0 to 1. That's what that progress bar is. And so, yeah, this is the recipe time. So recipe progress greater than or equal to 1 means the recipe is done, right? And so checking current recipe does not equal null. And current recipe, try craft now. Input slots and output slots, we are going to need, yeah, there's reasons these are still squiggly lines. Right? And so this actually attempts to craft, right? Used a creosote oven recipe. Try craft now literally dumps the responsibility of crafting the thing to the recipe itself. It's kind of how like barrel recipes and like a lot of recipes are this way in the base game. Is the recipe, you pass it the relevant slots and the recipe handles it. So I'll have to look at how to do that. And then find matching recipe looks like this needs to be a bool. Return false. So the Boolean decides, oh, do I have a recipe? That's the Boolean. So now we have that. Set state, right? So this, I think, isn't needed because find matching recipe should do it, but I do it here anyway, I think, just for funsies. Is crafting. Wait. This dot is. What? What? Where is that coming from? Where is that variable coming from? Ow! Cat. I didn't even. Of course. There. I have to pull the pad out so she has something to stand on. Otherwise, she would just fall right onto the floor. Oh, tail in the face. Tail in the face. Where's is crafting? I have is heating. Oh, the motor starting. Yeah. Is craft. Where is this defined? Oh. Scritches. Head scritches. Okay. So is crafting. Now I don't need to set this at all. Setting state to sleeping automatically sets that to false. Recipe power applied. Recipe time. Mark block entity dirty. I really want to ensure that mark block entity dirty ensures that it's saved to disk. Because when it gets done crafting, there's a whole lot of stuff that happens as far as like inventory syncing. A lot lot of shenanigans. I really want to make sure it does that. And it only does it when it's done crafting. Oh, the purrs are real. Oh, they're so real. If only the microphone could pick those up. It would be the most adorable stream ever. Okay. So, we're getting down to the wire here. Doing a pretty good job. The only thing, I mean, there's certain things that we really need to do. The to and from tree attributes, we need to do that. Plus all the heating stuff. Oh, the purrs. Little machine in my lap. Let's see. Roman out. Where's my? Yeah, you can see the find matching recipe is a pretty involved function. Change temperature. Here it is. Heat per second base times delta time. Hmm. I'm pretty sure the game has a standard heat per second that it uses. $480. No. Diff divided by 480. Yeah, my temperature changer thing is slightly different than the base game. This one basically slows down the closer it gets to the actual temperature, right? So you have this gentle curve all the way down. Mine, the temperature goes up pretty fast initially and then plateaus. What? I'm going to open up. One six. Okay. This grabs the current temperature. Because what I do, rather than what the game does, I actually use the temperature around the machine when I direct, like, if it's not actively heating, like, what temperature does it go down to? The game hard codes it to 20, which kind of negates winter. So in wintertime, it's going to cool down more than it does in summer. So I don't know how it handles like indoors or outdoors. I don't know how it handles, but it's a little bit closer to reality. Right. So coming down to change temperature. Now we have this 450. I want to change this to 250. So it's going to go up to 250 really fast, and then it's going to level off and be very, very slow. I could even set this to 200 or to, let's do 180. Because remember, Creosote, the wiki says, needs to be a minimum of 205 degrees, which is pretty low in terms of like how hot this stuff can get. Because Coke in the vanilla game can get to 1340, so that's pretty high. Right. And I haven't really developed any way of managing the temperature for this machine. It's certainly an option down the road. But for the short term, I just want to get it working. So this goes plus, it goes up and down. I have some sanity checks, right? Minus 273 is below absolute zero, so I really don't want to do that. All right. And I actually have a file that I used to develop this. Where was it? Heat formula. Yeah. So this is the vanilla one. This is the one I was working on. To try to visualize like what happens when you change variables, and it is hard to visualize. But aggressive chin scratch. He's waiting for the keyword. He's waiting for it. TREAT keyword. Because it is time. All right. I think we're not done. This machine is not done yet. There's still quite a lot to go for the recipe and for the actual machine itself, plugging everything in. But we've done about 90% of what's needed. We still need the to and from tree attributes. I usually always put at the bottom of my file. I should do this too before I forget. Not sure why this doesn't. Oh, yeah, I know why. The Forge actually has things that render on it. When you put something in a Forge, it actually renders it. That's what you have to dispose. This, however, is good to go. And we have to have any special code in here to shut it down. That's fine too. But for now, cleaning up the GUI will prevent some memory from leaking. And then further on block unloaded, we don't really need to do that because there's nothing. We don't need to dispose of anything. And then Don't need any packets. I don't think. Yeah, because we're not doing the enable button. Not 100% sure what we might need to do here, but I'll have to look at that later. And then the to and from tree attributes I do near the end, almost the end, because it really manages like what variables you need to sync. Like first, what variables you need to save to disk. And then second, what variables you need to sync to the client. What does the client need? But yeah, it is treat time. Somebody want treats? Does somebody want treats? Is it treat time? Tail is going. All right. So yeah, like temperature, recipe progress, stuff like that. Because the GUI, right? While the server is managing all that, in order for the client to see it, you have to update those variables because the GUI uses those variables to display it. So you have to be able to do that. And do I sync inventory? Yeah. So rather than pass like what the recipe is, I pass the inventory and then all of the various variables. And then the find matching recipe actually is the thing that sets the recipe. Right? So the client will still find the recipe. Right? I'm not pushing the actual recipe. That's a lot of data that, really, I don't know. There might be some argument that might say that, but yeah. And then you update the dialogue, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the to and from tree attributes is usually the last thing that I do. Once I've kind of gone through, I'm gonna have to look at see this packet ID because not all of my machines have this. Like if I look at this, like goddamn recipe. Why do I have recipe here? Like looking at the sawmill, I don't think I have a client packet thing, right? I don't think I do. Well, maybe I do. I didn't think I did. Oh, it's the enable button. Yeah. Right. But I don't have the enable button on this machine. Is there another one that doesn't have? I don't think the battery has the enable button. Oh. Yeah. The battery doesn't really have much on it. Kiln, like everything else has literally a button that turns it on and off. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look to see what's all that doing. But I'll likely get this done in between today and next week, next Wednesday. And then next Wednesday we can tackle the last LV machine, which is going to be very similar to this one, which is why I sort of did the legwork on this that I did. Right? Is the next machine is going to be the alloy oven, which is going to be a more, I don't know about efficient. It's still going to take a while, but it's going to be a better way of smelting ingots, right? You're not going to be able to pour other things with it. It's going to make ingots. So if you're going to want plates and stuff like that, you're still going to have to remelt everything the old-fashioned way. Because I want there to be something better, right? In either MV or HV tier. So the alloy oven is going to be a way to smelt ingots themselves. And then you're still going to have to smith things. You're still going to have to like pour other molds. Like, I'm not negating that at all for the LV tier. And it too, just like in immersive engineering, will be a multi-block. Now, the multi-block system, I haven't even started. So I was hoping it would be done by now, but the individual who said that they were going to do it basically backed out. And so that system is going to take me a long time to do. I've not been looking forward to that for forever. Like, plus a little bit of the delay. From what I've heard, the 1.20 version of the game that's now in like bug fix pre-release mode actually fleshes the feature out a little bit more. So that there might be a better, like, it might be easier to use by the time I get to it. Maybe I'll wait to do that feature until it's actually done. But yeah, it uses the mini dimension system that renders block, like transparent block versions of blocks, and that was going to use that system for the multi-blocks. So if 1.20 improves upon that system, then I may wait until we get to that point. And I can dig down into that system. But I want to get the Creosote oven and the alloy oven functional at the very least, which kind of rounds out the entirety of LV tier, the basics of LV tier, and more or less covers everything. And then I can work on maybe adding blocks and scaffolding and like things that aren't machines, right? They're shapes, they're textures, but they don't need a lot of code in the back end. Much easier to add, like much easier to add when all you're dealing with is textures and shapes and variants, like those. That is trivial compared to a lot of this stuff. So very, very easy to add, like machine blocks, heavy machine blocks, scaffolding, all of that stuff. Much easier to do, especially like the treated planks and, treated logs and like everything. So yeah, that'll come after the two machines are done. And then, I'll kind of wait to see what 1.20 has in it. And, but once I get these two machines done, by the end of October, whatever I've done by the end of October, I should have these two machines done. I'm pretty sure. And then maybe a couple other blocks and things. But by the end of October, the channel itself, the mod, the work progress on the mod will kind of go on the back burner. For probably the remainder of the year. I need a break. So I'll get through as much of October development as I can. And I need to take a little break from the mod working on it so much. Sort of reset my mind. Plus, it will allow to get 1.20 much more time to bug fix and stuff like that. And then come to the new year, we're going to dive in, and I'll probably start working on the multi-block system if nobody has come by. If you want to look at the design spec for the multi-block system, it is in the repository under the design docs directory. So if you go to the repository design docs, multi-block system, right? I use it's LibreOffice. So it's LibreOffice. It used to be OpenOffice, but whatever. But LibreOffice, it's a free office suite. Open source office suite. So that's what I use for everything. But yeah, the multi-block system sort of itemizes what my goals are for the feature, and what I want it to do and how I want it to play and what I want it to look like. Again, designing this with the person in mind who said that they were going to do it, and they backed out right at the end. Like, we got done with the design, and that was it. Like, very frustrating. So anyway, I am going to hopefully fix in the next few days all of the things with this. And yeah, going forward, hopefully next week we are going to tackle the alloy oven and all of the quirky things that that's going to have. And if I show you here, the alloy, which is the blasting oven. I mean, I could say blasting furnace, I guess, if I wanted to really do it. But again, it's probably going to be 3x3x4 tall. Similar to the Creosote oven. And then this one's going to have a little bit more quirkiness because it's going to have blowers, just like the alloy thing on the immersive engineering. So I'm kind of being very much inspired by that mod because I liked how it worked. I liked all the little bits and pieces, but it will directly craft ingots. And so I've already itemized a lot of the nitty-gritty details here as far as burn temperature, melt duration, crafting time, inventory, recipe, and then each blower, right? Each blower will be will affect the crafting time and the melt duration, right? So each blower will take 10% off the crafting time, like whatever. Like I ran through all this on stream already, but the alloy, the blasting oven is kind of the last piece. It is the thing that is going to be able to allow players to really do everything that QP Tech does in terms of automation, with my own flavoring on it, as well as being able to, you know, move things around with pipes a little bit easier. So yeah, this is ready to go. But yeah, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself or learned something. Consider being a patron and joining us on our Saturday streams, which we're continuing with Satisfactory, or getting early access to the weekly builds of the mod itself. I put out weekly builds to supporters, and I put out monthly builds to the community. Right, and it's just I try to find the balance with that. So anyway, I thank you all for coming by. Hope to see everybody back here on Saturday for some shenanigans with Satisfactory. Serious shenanigans. So yeah, see everybody back here on Saturday.